Hello, hello, hello. I believe we are ready to get going again, hopefully, with everything working as expected, anticipated, hoping. Let's just put it like that. But yeah, Oscar takes the win in Jeddah. Good evening, Ty. Good evening, Cosby. Ajita, good to see you. Edsta's here. Christy is here. And everyone's ready to see if that floof cannon in top left corner is going to go even higher, or if this is as high as it goes, with basically half the season remaining here. Check the cars. Well, we are ready for Suzuka, and the cars have changed slightly, but not because the AI has developed them. They are still about 40% across the board, which means that the high-performing parts just aren't there for them. What has changed, however, is the engines. They've been brought a lot closer. So with that, we should hopefully be seeing a little bit closer racing this time around. We'll have to see if that actually turns out to be the case, though. But teams should be fairly close there, all things considered. That still remains to be seen. Mamma Mia was slow. Yes, we will see. But yeah, the engine differences have been brought down from 5% to 2.5%. So every engine now is within 7.5%, weakest to strongest. But yeah, we are ready to just jump into Suzuka directly. Breaks over, Mercedes is in lead here. Edsta has a pretty hefty lead, but everything can change in just one race weekend. Let's see if Japan is the one. I might actually have a slight chance now.
Konnichiwa from the Suzuka circuit in Japan.
Just what? Lando fumbled P3 and now it's about Floof and Cosby tried the abysmal car I built for them. You are watching pain, but I'll be making that pain a little bit easier to manage next season. And welcome to Rain Forest Village again. Heavy rain qualifying, heavy rain Sunday. Sad AFN noises, I guess. As we saw, AFN being on the wrong tire is potentially a loss of pace. Upwards of 8 seconds, not 8 tenths, 8 seconds a lap. That could be very, very interesting. But yeah, it's heavy rain at Suzuka. It's going to be a heavy rain qualifier here too. And for this one, it is going to dry up towards the end of it. So we are just going to speed along. As apparently has a permanent failure though, so we will be allowing for a token to destroy that part after this race weekend, if they have a need. But we could also see the AI switch that out manually, and that is what I'm going to be hoping for. Practice results too. Sorry, I skipped them this time around. Sorry, Christy. The question here is just, when can I find a good window to go out in? And I think it's once everyone is on their in-laps. Basically, yeah. But everyone will have basically 2 chances here to set a time. So once everyone has set a time, we have a yellow flag. It's Mike, not Floof. But basically, once everyone has set a time here, that is our cue to leave the pit lane. And like that, the real Max there is a lot slower than the rest, as it turns out. Mike's in trouble, Van is in trouble, Baba and Singh are both in trouble here. And for once we see, at least temporarily, both the Ferraris in the safe zone. That is not something that we usually see. There's usually the other way around. And what I'm going to do with Petrov here is to take manual control. And the reason why we're doing this is to ensure that we aren't in the way of anyone else while they do their flying lap. Baba and Vansbeck are running together, and that's going to be really, really bad, I think, for the McLaren driver. And we already see 6 tenths down in the first sector. Floof down in the first sector. That is not what Floof needs. But Singh here and Baba are causing each other pain. Sorry, Vansbeck here is causing Baba some pain. And Baba is out. Bowling is also in trouble at the moment. But we know at least Baba is out. We'll see how the rest do. Steve is trying to set a fast lap here. Is pretty quick in that first sector. Bowling is quicker. Mike is keeping not really up here. Down quite a lot of time here. And honestly, Bowling's not looking too good either. How is this first qualifying going to go? What's up with Max? 36-4 in the first sector. Has the Astons done some dark magic here to sabotage Mike, or has he just been really unlucky and getting held up? Bowling is out, Van is out, Baba is out, Mike is trying, but couldn't make it work, and Max said couldn't do it either. Thing and Steve are safe, and honestly, probably was a little bit due to weather, but also just straight up getting held up. Quite a test of damage, probably carried over from last time. Benevia, if decide, we'll use a token to replace that after this race. I'm gonna eat my Easter egg in tears. That is unfortunate. Williams held you up. That would make a lot of sense. That would, in fact, make a ton of sense there. Yeah, Tess, even with the damage, almost quickest in Q1 here. Hello, AFN. Did I die? I think you're fine for now. Yes, you were 11th in the first qualifying session. And once again, it is drying up towards the end, which just puts me in a very bad position because that means I need to be on the track with you guys, and I'm going to be the problem child, if you will.
So the green light is now?
Yeah, we should be seeing everyone basically huddle out on track together. Most cars have done it. There's some missing still. This is a wet, this is a wet banker lap because it is going to dry up. And basically towards the middle period here with some light and moderate rain, so I think there will be an interlap potential here, and it could be that everyone who went out early might regret that, as currently FM is setting purple sectors. One adaptability, but because it is a wet tire on a wet track surface, purple sectors. 40.8 is the time to beat here, as Taz is still setting purple sectors but getting held up in the first. And honestly here, there's a lot of cars being held up in that first sector without really getting any benefit from it, as one of them. Anto another. We have 5 cars there preparing for their fast laps. We're going to allow them to go, and then I think we are going to become a part of this to ensure that we get through. So where is everyone? Pinion is the last one, currently starting their fast lap. We are going to allow freedom here, Petrov. But the question now is going to be, how is Edsa going to do here? Because there is a bin in the front. It is a purple first sector, but with all of them running so closely together, all of their pace is basically dictated by the Williams in front. And that could be pretty detrimental because it is expected to get more wet towards the end of this. And we are the only one attempting this on an inter tire, so we might regret this. We shall see, though. It is getting closer and closer to actual inter behavior, though. Edster up to first. Binion second. Pinion third. Then we have Junior in fourth. Floof was unable to improve. That is worrisome for the Floofully challenged, and right now it is definitely into territory. This is when you want to be out on track, right now. And I have timed this to perfection myself. The AI has not. Cosby is out. A lot of cars are coming out, and the question with Petrov now is, are we going to be a troublesome child? I think we'll be okay. But yeah, that is 5 seconds gained at the moment. We have Cosby, we have Master, Mortel, Coco, Steve, Vaspek, and Taz all out on inters at the moment. The track is getting drier. It's supposed to get wetter. It's in fact getting drier. They might have also timed this to absolute perfection. We shall see. Cosby about to start their flying lap right now. Refurbish my weather center. Oh no. That is funny though, honestly, that is funny. I'm glad we don't have changeable conditions at the moment. I can imagine that, AFN. Why am I out first? Classic Ferrari. Yes, it is getting wetter. Is it? Seems to be getting drier, if you're asking me. But yeah, we'll have to see what happens here, in all honesty. It is finally getting wetter right now. Cosby, 34.3 is the fastest first sector, I think. Fastback intensity, not really getting that first sector they needed. Down by a second for both of them, basically. 40.4, quickest middle sector for Cosby. Cosby should be safely out of Q2 with that time, I would think. But we will have to see here. Oconaldo, not the best final sector there. Lost almost a full 3 seconds. That is not what you needed. Task 2 did not really have any really good sectors here. It's in trouble. And with the track kind of staying as it is, this could be bad for a lot of you guys. Let's just put it like that. Sing now. Improving. How did you make a Q2 floof? By blockading others. Oh, impeding. That is one way to describe what is happening, yes. Wholly impeding indeed. Should I use hard difficulty for low and middle tire tracks and standard for high tire tracks? The other way around, basically. Yes, that's correct, Simon. That is correct. I got myself confused there for a second. I think it goes up to 4th. What can Finna do? Up to 5th. Poke now in danger. Poke now eliminated alongside Poke, Ronaldo, Tanto, Master, and Junior. Can Edse eliminate Floof? Floof has been eliminated by just 2/100ths of a second at the moment. So very close margins. But yeah, the hold-up championship has intensified here in the wet, unfortunately. And we do see AFN potentially in Q3 here. Yeah, that is Taz, unfortunately, out in Q2 with some damage and some holding up. I'm telling my TP to improve the helipad, damn. That almost happened, indeed. But yeah, we shall see what happens here in final qualifying session. And it starts out dry by looks of it, so you might have just straight up a one-shot here. And I will be sending my driver out first to steal the pole position point. But yeah, it is a one-shot qualifying here. Who is going to be the one to get out first and get clean air? Who is going to be the smart one? It is Singh, who finds their way out of the pits first, followed by... Oh! Followed by Mortel, Binner, and AFN, the Sauber Ferrari. But yeah, Singh here is the first car out. The last few cars here are going pretty bundled, and that's not what you want to do. Red Bull being last out of the pit lane at the moment, behind the Ferrari or Cosby. That could be bad, but since there is a one-shot here, in theory, we should have no blocking, unless, of course, we have an incident. We will have to see how this goes. Some clean air, that's good. I'm waiting for the glorious chow in the race. Have the best way to stand go send out last? Well, you shouldn't use more than 2 minutes to get out around here. But it is going to be wet on the track when you're doing your lap. You're not wrong, Ty. Can I have a tow from hotel? We'll have to see about that one. $31.7, $31.6 from hotel here. Sauber very similar, but couldn't beat it. Binner now, 31.5 goes to Vasberg actually. Everyone just getting a little bit quicker down the road. Edster, 31.4. Cosby, 31.4. A Ferrari purple first sector. This has to be breaking some sort of natural law. As we see Singh, everyone here, middle sector, very similar. Singh, 128.7, the time to beat. As Rain is arriving in just 4 seconds. Motel beats him. The Sauber beats him. The Rain has arrived. Is anyone gonna improve here? Vasbeck improves. What can Cosby Edster do here? As the Rain has started to fall down, Edster still takes pole position. Cosby goes up to 3rd. And Steve here, lost out, but still managed to get pole, even with Rain arriving on track. But currently Singh, unfortunately, first out, lost in the qualifying session. Then we have Pinion, Binner, Motel, Ferrari, Cosby, Vasbeck, Edster, and Steve lining up on the grid today for a full wet race in Suzuka. Robbed. Well, Cosby was in a good spot, but got pushed down to 4th. Now, in desperation, some cars will try another run. I don't think we're going to see any improvements here. That would be wild if we did. We'll see how this one goes. It's an Easter miracle. I'm building that confidence just to be disappointed. We could see some sabotage if it starts in changing conditions this race. We do have one of the hydrophobes here in 5th, and that could make things very spicy for the start here. So we will have to see. Please don't be changeable conditions. It seems like it is starting with a complete pissing match. Complete wet is expected for virtually the entire race. Might go inters towards the end here. But yeah, I think for the first 25 laps, AFN, you will be safe. But after that, I don't know. And we also all know that the AI loves destroying their tires. And that could definitely affect you guys in a negative way here. You only have 2 wet sets. And some of them have been polished in quali. So let's see how this one goes. We are set up for pit lane start here. Let's see how this session goes.
Welcome back, everyone. Get ready. It's the Japanese Grand Prix. It's lights out and away we go.
Can't really see what's going on at the moment. I'm not gonna lie. But Steve gets away nicely here. Edster in a little bit of danger, but should be okay. Motel is trying to get that 5th place off the Sauber. But looks like Sauber is okay. Not the best start here for the fan favorite of the Floofer. But we will find our way into the pit lane. And as we can see here, Taz is going to have a little bit of a hard fight this race. Already started on used wets. Same for Flu, for Tanto, for Junior, and even Aspect and Cosby here has elected to start on the used wets, probably saving the better wets tires for later on in the race weekend. Later on in the race weekend? Later on in the race is probably more proper wording. Let's just put it like that. First lap is done, and we haven't had anyone crash. This is a new record, I dare say, after what we saw in Silverstone. I pray the AI always has me on the right here. Did I just see a fluke moment? It was a Baba moment.
Take a look now. Now this is what happened as they took turn 8. Struggling with the car. Just unable to...
That Aston should be very, very happy that they did not get assassinated again. Max has already been assassinated earlier on, and it almost happened again there. Hello, David. Maybe we do a rain races only season and see if we invest in that ability. What I was thinking about doing is a tag season where you team up with another person and one driver does the first 4 races and the second driver does the last 4 races to see who makes the best pair. Which would be funny if we could just get 40 people to participate. But yeah, That could be an interesting season. Hello there, Tex. How you doing? Papa, didn't you cost me my championship last season? How is the hydrophobic ahead of you? Because he's only hydrophobic whenever he has the wrong time for the occasion. He's actually timing phobic, I guess you could say. Yeah, Steve A gets off to a good start as a follow suit. Then we have Aspec. And honestly, right now, everyone is just holding position. How many crashed today? He hasn't had any yet because we just started. Floof has 0 points so far. If you're an happy fan, let me buy. Did I get my 50 accuracy? No. I did not do 50-50 split Floof, honestly. I thought it would be funner if we didn't. But I did change the engine, so that's a happy middle ground. Which should bring you guys a little bit closer. Oh. You see Max is a lock up here.
And they're bound to be struggling with the wet track. And there's the lockup. And you can't afford to do something like
What happened in Discord? I don't know. Did something happen? Do I need to jump on Discord and check what you guys are up to? There's nothing serious happening, so you'll be, there's nothing to worry about, Inferno. Top 2 now, actually running away with it a little bit. Check the weather. AFN is afraid of the drying period here that is soon to arrive. Within the next 10 minutes, the rain is going to start letting up a little bit. And that might be AFN's final nail in the coffin here in Suzuka. Because if he drives on a wet tire in the period, he's going to start falling backwards. As we see an incident, the Floof counter has gone up, or should be going up. I've actually forgotten to launch what I need here to get the Floof counter up and running. Where is the program for that? The Floof counter is going to go up to 22 here. Just give me a second. There we go. Floof counter is back on the menu. How many crashes did Floof do in the entire series now? If you look in the top left corner, it will say 22. We've had 22 incidents so far this season alone. And it's many, many more to come, I can assure you. For every point Floof gets, Tix says he will run 1 kilometer. You won't have to run at all then. Well, that might be so. Did Floof have a secondary incident while I was fixing things? Because Floof has picked up damage now. And it's dropped pretty far behind. Floof is cooking. Honestly, Inferno, there's nothing to worry about. It's all okay. I wouldn't worry too much about it. But yeah, it is about to start drying up a little bit here. Just a little bit. So the question is now, whose AI is going to be stubborn and destroy their ties to the point where a puncture is viable? The weather is drying. We are dropping very, very quickly here. It is going to start pouring down again in just 4 minutes, however. AFN is begging right now for this number to not go below 4. It is getting closer. It's still 3 minutes until more rain arrives. 4:30. 4:20. As we actually see a pit stop here. Taz pulling the trigger and gets on those into tires, expecting this, well, the moderate rain here, rather than the heavy rain, to cause some mayhem for the rest. And right now, AFN is sweating. In reality, not necessarily in the game, because AFN has no adaptability. And right now, adaptability did come into play. Where am I in the constructors? You mean where is Red Bull in the constructors, I guess? Benna comes in as, I think, the only one. No, Singh, Junior, Coconaldo, Master. We have a lot of people pulling the trigger here. And gets in to get on those inter tires. This is going to be a classic McLaren double stack. No, for once, they actually timed it right. Impressive. They've learned from their mistakes. Floof receiving in. And with that, how high up does Tans jump? Behind Poconaldo here. And can they chase down the wet runners? But right now, the question of where is Red Bull in championship? I think stand as they are right now. Just a few points behind Mercedes. Time to die. Damn. No mercy here. No mercy here, apparently. We finally see Steve come into the pit lane here. Not taking any risk. Neither does Edster. And right now, the question is, where is everyone going to end up with these pit lane switches here? Vaspek stays out with the Alpine. That is probably not the correct choice. Everyone else has already pitted. We have Steve, then Edster. Cosby up to a net third at the moment, most likely. We have Ferrari, Lobby, and Sauber. Hotel, Bene, Singh, Junior, Tanto, and Pinion probably going to be holding off the points here. And when Vaspek does pit, they're expected to come out 23 seconds down the road. They're still going to come out basic between Cosby and Ferrari. But if they stay out for another lap, that's not going to be good for them. What do they elect to do here? They elect to pit. And with that, the Inter Mayhem has begun. Can Cosby and Ferrari jump the Alpine in the pits here? They are running down the main straight right now. Vaspek is coming out, and neither of them can actually jump him. Retains his position, but is now a lot further behind the top two. No lines there, a lot further behind. How bad is the McLaren car? Pretty terrible, I'm not gonna lie. Probably the decisively worst car on the grid. Driver standings, if things stay as they are, it would see us have Edster retain the lead. Steve catch up a bit. And then we have a pretty close grid for the rest here. We still have a couple of people without points. Neymar and my score is first in this race. But it remains to be seen what will happen over the next 30 laps. McLaren are indeed still pointless. I just overtake Cosby, you did. I don't know if that is a huge miracle, to be fair. AFN Pass is on track. I'm the GOAT. Well, the GOAT might have a problem because it is going to start raining again towards the end. So the GOAT might want to be careful about being too goated before the end of this, as the GOAT might go up to third. And the GOAT does go up to third, as Bene is experiencing a mechanical fault. But yeah, AFN here, actually having a good time in the rain. I didn't expect that. Oh my Cosby, please overtake AFN. Well, Cosby needs to catch up to AFN first, I think. And at the pace AFN is going, he might even catch first and second here. I do think he's run out of battery now, though. And yeah, he has. He's a lot slower on this lap compared to the previous two. But we'll have to see. Can Steven Edster be caught by a rampaging Sauber? Or are we going to see an Alpine reclaim that place? And I think that might be exactly what we'll be seeing here going into this next corner. The Alpine says, give that back. And AFN is back down to fourth. Currently, though, there aren't too many battles going on track. Pinion and Junior are fighting for 10th. There's a bunch fighting a little bit further down. But in the top 10, those are the only two real battles currently on our hands. Last race is indeed double points, yes. So anything can change then again. Who's been real quiet since this last lockup? Okay, that is kind of funny though. Not gonna lie. But yeah, right now things are kind of slowing down just a little bit. The 910 train here is currently leaving the station, I guess you could say. And Edson now has picked up a mechanical fault. That's gonna slow him down a little bit.
Some kind of fault.
There's always a battle going on track, Miro. The battle is for me to avoid crashing my vehicle. Damn, that is unfortunate. And in terms of failures that we're currently suffering, that we're seeing from Binna, it is engine related. And what we're seeing from Edsta here is also engine related. Edsta might also get a problem with the gearbox in the near future. And Taz's problem has been engine related the whole race here. Team should probably have considered replacing that a little bit earlier. And this is kind of where you would see the durability start playing a part, and teams get a little bit of problems in the 5th, 6th, and maybe in 7th race to balance the engines out a little bit more. But yeah, this is where the pain begins. As fastest lap is snatched by the Binna, showing you that having a fault on the car isn't necessarily a bad thing. We've seen drivers go quicker with faults. Are we going to see the same here from Edster this time around? Nero, I've come to bargain. What is your bargain, Floof? What is it that you wish to bargain for? Osby now snatches fastest lap and is catching up to AFN. Singh now is reporting a mechanical fault, and the weather is changing again. It is time for potentially the wet tires again within just a couple of laps time here. Isn't Steve Ty? Yes, that is correct. After bargaining comes depression. Is my doom going to be here? If I go this whole season without taking out anyone, I get 1 free point of defending next season. That just sounds like a freebie because you are very rarely close enough to anyone to take them out. But sure, I will accept this bet of yours. I'll grant you 1 point of defense. If you can do the next 3 races without crashing anyone out. And we have our first cars in the pit here. Fastback and Ferrari. And they're actually pitting you here before it becomes proper wet. This might hurt a little bit. But it is probably the right choice. Singh, Baba comes in. And the reason why I say this is probably the right choice is simply just because traffic in the pit lane is pretty brutal. I have no idea what Tess has done to their tires, but they've destroyed them. And we even see Floof come in here, which means that everyone is currently safe from the threat. That is a Floof torpedo. Excuse me. Problem for the wet runners is they're going to be pace limited by the inters as Steve comes in. Esther comes in. Is Cosby staying out? Cosby is indeed staying out. Cosby stays out for 1 more lap. Hotel does the same thing. Bennett comes in. Junior comes in. Are we going to see some funny double stack here? Pinion. Taz comes in here. And right now, Steve has already caught up to Cosby. I'd say it's a little bit further down the road as they were more stuck in traffic, I guess you could say. But yeah, so far, Fastback with the best wet tires. No, wait, these guys weren't stuck in traffic. They just had worse tires to begin with. And I have a black screen currently. My screen is blinking in and out of its existence. This is not good. It is back now. But yeah, let's see how this goes. Cosby here, in pain from staying out. Are you going to pit now? Cosby comes in. We should be seeing all the Inter drivers come into pit lane right now, to be fair. The new season is next week. Next week or the week after, mind. I'm a little bit unsure. Upsy. What ballsy strategy are you doing? Well, to be fair, Poco is also doing a ballsy Alpine strategy, and that strategy does also entail holding up their teammate while being on the wrong tire for the occasion. Prime Alpine here on your screens. Only happens. With that, we still have 5 cars braving the conditions. Poconaldo, Tanto, Van der Veer, Mike, and Master all still on the wrong tire for the occasion, and that could definitely hurt them. Basically, throw this race away kind of hurt them. We shall see. Are they coming in? They are not. Is it expected right up towards the end? It is not. Mike at least has the common sense to come into the pit lane. But yeah, Poconaldo right now is being a blockade again for the Sauber driver and for Cosby. Poconaldo protecting his partner in the championship. He's protecting Edster, kind of, at the moment. Protecting C, protecting Masbeck. By just staying out and being a blockade, a moving chicane, if you will. And you can see just how much that pace is lost by being stuck by Poconaldo. It is close to 5-6 seconds a lap here. Steve, 7.5 seconds quicker on that lap. And that is what Cosby potentially could have lost by getting stuck behind. Master now finally comes in, but we still have Poconaldo, Tanto, and Van der Veer, who has picked up a mechanical failure, still staying out here. And the blockade will not stop, because now we have 2 interrunners soon in close proximity. And the back of the grid is just getting bundled together by their powers combined. I don't know what to say. Why is my eye staying out for so long? I was in the point that my AI tried something stupid. Well, that is kind of what we were afraid of with needing 2 wet tires. Your AI might have decided that staying on these inters is better than going onto a fresh, well, a 1 wet, mayhaps. Or you might even have sent a wet back, which would be tragic. But not uncommon for the AI, let's just put it like that. It is still just going to stay wet here for the last 12 laps. And I think all of our interrunners are slowly being shuffled out of the pack. And they are just causing problems for everyone behind them. Look at the leader of the leader of the gang here. At this rate, Floof might even be allowed to catch up, because Van der Veer is 8 seconds lap slower than Floof. For each lap they keep this train together, it's 1 lap. Floof only needs 2 laps to get to the back of this train. And the best part is the train doesn't only have 1 brake, it has 2. It has 3 brakes with Poconaldo. Oh my god, this is nuts. Pinion finally gets by. Tanto comes in now. Van der Veer comes in. The brakes have finally been removed from this train. But the brake up ahead, Poconaldo is still staying out. I might finish ahead of someone at this rate. Well, currently you have 2 cars behind you after they pitted. I thought Samba was bad, but this is quite special. Okay, that is funny. I might not be onto something. Yeah, Floof is also ahead of people. A huge surprise there. And right now, there isn't much really needed here for Floof to get back to this train. And Esther's fault now has evolved. That is not what was needed. That engine failure has become a major one. And that is going to slow Esther down a little bit. But with 10 laps to go and 16 seconds, I would think that they can nurse this till the end. Where is Bowling in the championship? So Bowling is currently in 7th, with even a race win in this season. But that is really about it in terms of scoring points. Alpine is cursing my channel. No, this is just Alpine, the reality Alpini. The Alpine reality, as it was. But yeah, 10 laps to go now. Pocanaldo is still doing that thing. Tesla has picked up a secondary fault by the look of it. And that is going to be pretty bad for the Mercedes. Not gonna lie. I would assume that is a failure to the gearbox as well. And it is. It is indeed a double failure. Poco is the new wall. Well, Poco is kind of giving Floof the opportunity to become a part of this at the moment. Finally, Bowling gets by. So you can see the gaps that are being formed. 3 seconds, 3 seconds, 3 seconds for every car. Pocanaldo holds up. There's a minimum of 3 seconds before you're let go. You must pay the 3-second toll. It's a time to release another one. The 3 seconds are almost upon us here. And another one has been released, I do believe. It is Max. And Pocanaldo finally goes into the pits. As we've almost catched up to the back of the train here. Pocanaldo, what are you doing? Wet tires. You had them all along. You just kept them a secret. As we now have a virtual safety car. We have a red flag. Master has binned it. Red flag is going to spice this end up quite a bit.
Turn 2.
Oh.
Just flies into that crash. Now their confidence will have taken a hit with that. And clearly they're not what everyone in the garage would have wanted to see.
That's unfortunate. And Poco stayed out for so long, did choose the worst time to pit. You're not wrong. It is interconditions on the restart. This could be very, very interesting. Shaolin has Shaolin. Shaolin before a Floof Shaolin. Tongue twister. Shaolin is missing his zero control. But yeah, that was probably not the best timing, and it does put Edster in a compromised position right now. Was kind of safely ahead, but now we could see some changes in positions here. That is a 4-star from Edster. That could be a double overtake. Steve gets away cleanly. And yeah, Edster is dropping down the order here, all the way down to 4th on that restart immediately. Osby up in the podium slot. Vaspic up into a podium slot. Is Edster going to get that back, though? Or is it gone forever? Everyone is on Inter. Master picks up a penalty for next race. But yeah, that was not what the Mercedes team needed here. And they do push Junior off track to make matters worse. Junior didn't need this either. And a lot of cars right now are not going to have a good time. It is going to remain Inter's till the end here. 6 laps to go. Edson now drops down to 5th. We have a yellow flag. It's Pinion who runs wide.
Here we are then, reaching turn 13.
What are you doing, George? Okay.
Go off the track there. Well, hopefully not a
And then you hold up your teammate. Brilliant. That is brilliant there from the team. Edson now down to 5th. And I don't think the pain is going to end there, unfortunately, for them. But yeah, Opinion and Max 12th and 13th now. Bowling just 1 place away from the points. What is going to happen here? Floof is still a bit of a danger further down the order, as Pocanaldo pitted at the absolute worst time known to man. Was in the pit lane when the red flag happened. Engine and gearbox pause. Can I alter for my driver? I don't think that is an option, unfortunately. Driver of the day goes to Poco. Cosby, please lock up. Let me score a point, bro. Junior here, just begging for that 1 point to get Mercedes on the board here. 4 laps to go. 4 laps to hold on. As Binna's fault. Binna has also picked up a secondary fault here. That is not what they need. But yeah, we will be pausing and taking a stock of components that need to be changed because they have failures at the end of this race, I think. Then I'll just get that quickly sorted. Because damage limitation is what the Mercedes team here is reporting. Can Vasback and Cosby cause any sort of trouble here for Steve? Or is Steve going to get the win? Could we see an Alpine win out of nowhere with the red flag? Vasback here is very, very close to the Red Bull. Has not given this one up just yet. Ideally, if both of you take time, please do. Well, they're currently squabbling and Ty's getting away as a result, so they've decided against that. If things stay as it is, Ed's still going to be in charge of the championship by 11 points. And in terms of constructor, it's going to be just 1 point between Mercedes and Red Bull. If things stay as they are, that is. Cliff didn't finish last, and Cosby is P3 at the moment. We're proving that down is wrong. Well, Edstead drops down to 6, and this is where the pain train is currently located. 4 of our 5 failures can be found here. When they tell you, I bet you suffered less than what I have, but your experience... There's a reason why I tried to ask for repair tokens last time, but got denied. Yeah, it's true. But as I mentioned now, when there is mechanical failures at the end of the races, we'll take stock and we'll allow the tokens to be used. And that was kind of the idea that, yes, you'll have a stronger engine, but you'll be having races that will be really, really bad because you will have problems with your engines. That's kind of what we're seeing here from Edster. That was kind of the idea with the balance there and why we changed how repair tokens worked. Didn't work out as anticipated, so we'll do something different with the engines next year. Maybe I'll just give you all GP2 engines with like 60% power instead. Yeah, currently Steve is running away with it. 2 laps to go here, 2 seconds in the lead. Horsby is currently having a very, very good time trying to attack the Alpine. And does actually get, almost get, maybe get, does actually successfully attack up into second place here. Ensa is currently in danger of falling completely out of the points and has just done that. 11th now from the Mercedes driver. And with the final lap starting here, does Vasbeck have any sort of reply here to the Ferrari? No, looks like the Ferrari is getting away. Are we going to see any changes further back? Singh is ready to launch an attack on the name brother, but not the Ferrari driver here. Are we going to see any particular changes? It doesn't really look like it. And further down the order, Bowling is going after Junior for an additional point. 10's up to 6. Masbeck charging the Ferrari here and could get the move done. Into the high-speed corner with both of them. Alpine up ahead. Cosby back to 3rd. And what we are going to see here, I think, is going to be Steve winning. Masbeck 2nd. Cosby 3rd. Hotel coming 4th. Then we have Ferrari and Singh. Can Junior secure 8? Junior does, in fact, secure 8 and the first points for McLaren. And we have Binner and Bowling. And what we are also going to do here is just very quickly take stock of damages. Currently, Baba has ERS damage. I'm just going to note this down so I know which ones I'm going to allow to use tokens. As has engine and gearbox. For Edster, it is unfortunately just the engine. For Pocanaldo, it's getting there. Vasbeck is getting there. Van is engine. Binner is engine and gearbox. Thing is just engine, and the rest are also getting into that problematic area where we are going to see some engine failures in the following races. But yeah, this race is over. Esther only ahead by 1 point. We shall see.
Sometimes I think.
But yeah, Steve wins it, and with that, Edson now is just a single point ahead in the drivers. Interestingly enough, in the top 10, we only had 5 of them finishing the points. We do see Neymar here score the first point for McLaren. And interestingly enough, we have Cosby getting on the podium, which none of us expected here. Aspect scoring a good podium for Alpine as well is nothing to scoff at. We'll take that. Constructors then, Red Bull is ahead, 4 points ahead of Mercedes. Find the sister team 14 points down the road in the top 3. McLaren is finally on the table here. But yeah, we will take, as I mentioned, the tokens got a swap this year, which basically means that you only get to swap components in the event that you actually have a failure to balance the engines. That is set up in the rule set. That is unfortunately something that you guys will have to live with this season. So I'm just going to swap parts of those who got noted down for actually having trouble. Let me see here whose engines had problems. I say Baba's engine had a problem because it seems to have been fixed. No, Baba was ERS, now I remember. He was the only one suffering ERS trouble. Let us see. There's going to be some people having issues next race. That is just the nature of it here. And honestly, we might even just get rid of the tokens again in the near future, as having durability has actually become quite important. Good night, Floof. I did not mean to put up the Floof crash, but yeah, Floof is currently crashing to bed. We are going to load the autosave here, as that is the one that I modified, and it does seem to be correct. Let us load that one. Watch as Floof makes Q3 after he goes to bed. That would be classic, yes. Next up, we have Coda in just 12 days here. Yeah, I think this is going to be a little bit too short in terms of time for the AI to make any changes, but we will see. Can't we get an engine change? No, you need to have a failure for an engine change this time around. Unfortunately. Why am I setting up a sponsor plan? I'm not going to take advantage of that anyways. Oh, no, nice. Guess off the track is low speed corners. You're not wrong. And of course, the Ferrari is made for low-speed corners, isn't it, Cosby? One might say the Ferrari is the best at low-speed corners, right? Problem with doing 2025 is that the AI hate developing. As it turns out, you're not necessarily wrong. Let's see how quality goes here. The only thing Ferrari's made for is crashing. Interestingly enough, I don't think the Ferrari has crashed the most. Although, the simulation of the sessions just break. Now this could be pretty bad, all things considered. Regulation change? A lot. Use the time machine. We'd have to probably time machine the entire weekend if I do that, to be fair. But I can try. But yeah, this might be bad. But yeah, we will see. Give me like 5-minute break here and I'll see if I can sort it out. I'm fine, it's just a game being silly. My stomach is also elective rebel here, so just give me a couple of minutes. I need to run to the toilet. Apologies. Sorry, everyone. My stomach decided to not cooperate. So where is we in the save here? Of course, of course. Okay, so we're in Austin today. Worst case scenario, we might need to skip the weekend. But I'm gonna see if I can fix the problem. But yeah, worst case scenario, the weekend might need to be simulated in its entirety. Let's see if I can figure out a solution before we do that, however. Last time around, it was solved by jumping a day forwards. I don't know if we can do that this time around. So, let's see. Before we do anything else, if I can figure out what exactly is causing the issue, more so than anything else. Could it be the forceful changing of components is not something that this DLC likes after changing the engine components? It could be that. So we'll try and switch the components back and hope that the AI switches them themselves. That is going to be the first kind of test we're going to do to see if maybe it is just the engine components. Forceful crash pops up when I do that, always. I need to rebind that, but I, of course, do forget to do that because well, it's funny, so I'm not going to stop it. Fix the issue, which we've crashed. Yes, exactly. Let's see if that fixed the GP or if we need to just restart the game again. If it didn't fix it, we might just have to try and jump past the weekend. If that doesn't work, then we might just have to call it here, and I'll try and figure out a solution for next time. We will see. Simulate quality and get pole position over a second. Well, I tried to simulate past practice. We can try and simulate the sessions one by one. I assume the first practice session here should be okay. And it is, because it doesn't change today. What if we simulate the qualifying now? Does that solve the issue? Now we're back to stuck in perpetual suffering. Okay, so there's something wrong with going from basically Friday to Saturday. That's the issue right now that we're seeing. So we're going to try something a little bit silly. I am going to try to... that I still need to terminate F1 Manager through the other thing here. I think it's necessarily the engines that bug the game. We've done this before. We had a similar bug earlier related to what I think was a regulation change, and it could very well be the same thing. It is that time of the year. Use the editor to remove the date of the race weekend. What I can do... let's try and hit the simulation harder and just go to the race weekend first and foremost. It's not really possible to move the date of the race weekend, unfortunately, with the editor. You can add race weekends for other weekends or take them away, but moving it is not going to be a solution here, I think. I just want to save in the race weekend here, and then we'll see if we can sort this out. And let's see, what happens if I simulate directly to the race here? That doesn't work either, okay. Let us see here what I can do with the calendar. We'll try a calendar fix, and if that does not work, then try and teleport. I want to see if I can teleport first, to be fair. Because I think I might be able to teleport away from the problems. That's what I do in reality too. We just teleport straight away from any problem that we have. Okay, so let's just see what date it is in the game before we do anything else. Because we might just be forced to move to Sunday. And if that doesn't work, then we'll have to try and move the weekend with the editor. Which is going to be a painful and annoying experience, no matter how we do it. The thing is, you don't decide where the weekends go when you add or remove races. They just slot into wherever there's room. So since this is a weekend with room, if I delete a race, it's just going to slot right back in. Yeah, I don't think I'm going to use the 2025 mod for these seasons in the future. I just wanted to see if we could get some extra car development going with this, and it did not work out as planned, Conevia, let's be honest. But yeah, right now we're at the 12th. It crashes going from 12th to 13th. So let's try and jump to 13th first, and if that doesn't work... Although, let's be honest, this could actually break the game even harder. It would not be surprising if this broke the game even harder. So we shall see what happens now. Blue has apparently crashed again too while I was doing this. And this time it's not going away? And now I crashed apparently. You're not wrong. How about we take up Texas and we take it back? That could work. Just gonna see if this works first. I need to load the save file. Is it this one or is it the other one? I don't remember. Can I join the Discord? Feel free to join the Discord, that's not a problem. What if I sim to qualify now? Does that do anything? Oh! Would you look at that? We just brute force it till it works. But yeah, I teleported within the race weekend and it does in fact work like that. So for all of you who have problem with 2025 DLC, time traveling a day into the future solves all problems with the game getting stuck, apparently. And that should be my #1 fix going forwards. At a mandatory 10 kilometers if we skip the weekend. Well, Floof has on average done 5, well, between 4 to 5 incidents a weekend. So 10 would be a little rough, I think. Yeah, hallelujah. Let us manage the session in qualifying. Well, it is solved, AFN, so it's fine. The link, Discord link should be found in the description, DSB. Sorry, I should have probably told you the first time around. Discord link is in the description. Free to join for anyone. But yeah, let us see here how the sectors are looking. And apparently Petrov has been held up as there is a purple sector for Mortel. And I have a feeling we gave Mortel a bit of a tour. Looking at the times here. Looks like every problem also has been fixed. So this save file that I messed with was the one where the engines was been given a replacement, I think. Could also be that some teams struggle to replace the engine, didn't have the financials mayhaps. That would actually make a whole lot of sense. Because one team is actually a good 15 million into negatives. I don't know how they pulled it off, but they are. And it's a secret which one it is. Because it's very funny. Oh, we're actually doing the final runs now. Pinion, Master, and Floof are in danger. Is that Floof on a...
Going smoothly. That's it. That's the spin. And there'll be words had after this, I'm sure.
Yeah, Floof is out. Floof is out for sure. And that was indeed the 24th incident. Not the 23rd, the 24th. But yeah, Baba here is not going through by the looks of it. Or maybe they are. Depending on if they're doing the quick lap now. Considering the first sector screen, I don't think so. Ferrari, you are in a little bit of trouble. Yeah, fast lap here, out lap, in laps the bottom three. So both the Saubers are on fast laps here, and they are going to try and knock each other out, basically. Pinion reaches the line, so there is going to be an interest to see where people go. Poconaldo should be safe with that. Only 3 cars potentially that can beat him. And there's only 3 cars between him and the line here. So Binna, Max, and Singh are in a little bit of worrying position. Ferrari goes up to 4th. What can Mike do here? Can Mike get out of qualifying here? Does in fact do it. Binna gets pushed down. Pinion now, a yellow middle sector, a second down from some of the others here. It's not what was needed. Needs to find an improvement of minimum 7/10. As we see a yellow flag. It wasn't Pinion. Oh, it was actually Pinion. Ran wide. Is that going to invalidate the lap? It does. Didn't look like Pinion ran wide there. That's confusing. I jinxed him? Well, it is Floof. It is a sacrifice I'm willing to make. Huge double Q2. Well, Tanto fast in Q1 here. And Master does have that penalty, so they're going to be starting at the back of the grid no matter what happens there. With that, Q2.
And that should be the green light now.
Oh. Petrov runs wide. That shouldn't be a big issue, though. Considering we have usually a couple of seconds to go, and as Poconaldo just blocks us. 10-second penalty. 36.6 is still pretty good, though, so I don't think that's actually going to influence us in any way, shape, or form. And in fact, we could influence someone else here, so we will take manual control in order to ensure that we get back home as quickly as possible. As the Alpine, they're exiting the pits. It's a problem child. Van der Ven putting a 32.8 on the board here, 32.9. That's going to be a time to beat for everyone for these banker laps. Timo is that much in negative, should get something for next season. The thing is, I equalized everyone's finances, Daniel. So I have no clue how that team manages to pull this off. It's actually very, very impressive. And that team that has pulled this off starts with an F. So everyone can guess which team that would be. Banker laps are coming through here. Answer is just barely safe at the moment. Mike is safe, but as you can see here, Minecraft Steve getting held up again. The favorite pastime of the Red Bull driver. Tanto, Ferrari, Mortel, Poconaldo, and Bowling currently in danger here. As we prepare for the final set of laps around the circuit. Van der Ven, currently the fastest car on track in the Williams. I called it. Floof is running our team into the ground. Well, Cosby, your team is also the only one who decided to spend money on upgrading the team hub and the race sim. So that is probably why you guys are in debt, to be fair. You're the only one who spent the initial sum on upgrading facilities, which is hilarious to me, honestly. None of the other teams have upgraded any of their facilities after the game began. Like, I still gave you your backgrounds, but the Ferrari is upgraded to level 5 team hub and level 5 race sim, if I'm not mistaken. Tanto now on the fast lap, trying to get out of danger. Poland going a little bit faster right there. Both of them currently getting out of the drop zone. And yet you have not upgraded your car. I think Ferrari is the team with the lowest percentage. And that is Tanto just straight up out of this. The jinxing coming in strong here this Sunday night.
Oh no, that's not quite
out of my way, says Daniel. I just get sent directly to the Shadow Realm, as it turns out. Bowling up next. Bowling up into provisional first, and that is quite a lot quicker than Mandeva. 6/10, and that is going to be an interesting gap then to close. Tanto, unfortunately, is out here. Did not get a chance to improve. What about Steve? Steve is not improving either. Out here, last time's race winner. What can Ferrari, Poconaldo? I think I heard a crash in the background as Mortel moves up. Hess now in danger, Vaspek in danger, Singh in danger, everyone in danger. Who is going to push the Sauber cars down? Is it going to be Poconaldo? Puksha's one. What can Singh and Vaspek do here? Can you improve? Ooh, Ferrari safe by just 0.03 of a second. Tanto, Steve, Terrace, Mike, Singh, and Vaspek out in Q2. Robbery BS is what we're hearing from the managers. When will the drive market start? Whenever we get a new set of drivers signed up, DSB. So probably sometime next weekend, maybe even next weekend. I don't know. Depends on when we have a rule set and everything finalized, mainly. So it's kind of hard to give you a definite answer, but I do ping everyone on Discord when applications and things open, so you shouldn't need to worry about missing it. And the best part is, Inferno, this is how they improved the AI. It used to be so much worse. Two Ferraris in Q3, Cosby and Ferrari. Damn. We need also a realistic crash simulator for Floof? Maybe. Next weekend or the next weekend, yes. I was meant to say next week. Thank you for correcting me, Cosby. It is late, it is Sunday. And the issues are definitely messing with my head at this moment. What can Max do here? Up to 5th. We have Mortel, Edster, Van der Veer, Poconaldo, Max, Cosby, Ferrari, Bowling, and Junior. The McLaren in Q3 somehow. This is some black magic, but yeah. These guys are going to try. Go to the top step. Banker laps are secure. Edster is the first car out to try and set a fast lap here, and could definitely get held up. Mortel with a lockup on the out lap. And Edster now is going to have to navigate few cars coming out of the pit lane. Is that Aston going to give him the floof treatment? Yes. Edster's lap ruined on the first corner here, basically, I think. And that is unfortunate. What about Mortel here? As they get started on their fast lap. Edster with 25.9. I think that is a second and a half lower than what you'd like. We'll see from Mortel. Yeah, second and a half lower than you would like is actually pretty accurate. Junior, 2/10 off in the first sector. Not even a good middle sector here from Edster. Everything getting kind of destroyed at the moment. What can Mortel do? Or first sector from Cosby. There's no cars to blame it on, unfortunately. Purple, middle sector from Mortel. A second up on Edster. at least did secure a final purple sector, but the other two left much to be desired. Mortel should be improving their time here, and they do. Bowling, just 1,000ths off that time. That is incredibly close here for the top two. What can Ferrari do? The only one currently improving alongside Max. Max is actually really, really close to the top two's time. Junior did not improve. We'll have to see what Max can do. Van der Veer is going to, still not too far off the leaders, but not really improving either. Ferrari goes up to the top three. What can Max do? Max is going even quicker and should be finding their place in, should be finding a third place if they can do this final sector properly. And it is a top three. Pushes Edson down to 5th. And with Junior here also having finished their lap, we see Mortel and Bowling front row. Max and Ferrari 2nd. Edson Van der Veer 3rd. Ronaldo and Junior on the 4th row. Then Cosby occupies the 5th one, all by his lonesome. No, he's going to get Vast back next to him. Max is finally getting some of that mojo back, as it turns out. McLaren is meant to be slowest. Well, if you block people in quali, then McLaren can be fast, as it turns out. If you block people in quali, then any team can be quick.
Welcome back, everyone. The final preparations are now being made.
Infernal Trap wants to give the Racing Bulls orders to hold everyone up. I hate Racing Bulls. Well, currently there is a Racing Bull ahead of the Red Bull. And the Racing Bull does have the better start, as it turns out here. That is going to be a few cars wide into that first corner, but Mortel leads, Bowling, Ferrari drops down to 4th. Max actually takes 3rd here again. As the 5th, we have Ronaldo, Van der Veer, and Cosby Jr. and Masbeck currently holding the points scoring positions. What is happening a little bit further down the road with Max here, as we do want to retire. Post cars and softs, there is a Flufit trying to do something different, starting on a hard tire in the back. I admire it. Let's see if it works out for him. But yeah, there is some differences in strategy here that could become very, very important. Have I tested our racing? It transformed the game and gives us a huge challenge. I haven't yet, but I've heard good things about it. So it's probably going to be something that I will be taking a look at for sure in the future. Yeah, right now, Bowling and Mortel are kind of running away with it, while Max is leading everyone up ahead. And this Aston get out of the way. Well, it has right now. The question is, can you get away from the Aston? I might lost time. I'm soft. Well, you're down to 10th now. You're driving a Ferrari. Have you remembered that low speed corners ain't exactly something you're good at? Oh, some sparks flying there from Max. Could we see the Max torpedo make an appearance this time around, as the Ferrari can't get away from Max? Cosby now outside of the points, being bullied by the other Sauber. Esther retains 5th, Bowling retains 2nd. Not really much of changes going on right now in positions. Yeah, Fan, get away. Please do, you love it because the game is too easy at this point to us. Okay, I'm interested in taking a look at it. I do have a concern though that it's just going to make cornering cars even more overpowered. But I'll definitely test it out and see how it plays. Might tweak it a little bit myself to make things more exciting. But yeah, right now 5 laps in, it is still basically one big train with the exception of Flue falling backwards and some small gaps forming. Now you get away, please. Well, Max, you've fallen down to 5th. You're not having an amazing start here, unfortunately, as we have a yellow flag from Floof incident.
Things were all right here here.
Counter goes up by 1 to 25.
And the rear just lets go. Oh, dearie me, you don't want to be doing that.
And somehow Floof picked up a mechanical fault in that stunt.
And as far as we can tell,
That's an incident. Floof now back to old shenanigans, as it turns out. Counter says 26. Yes, the super secret counter says 26. The Motel is getting a little bit of a gap here to the next three: Ferrari, Bowling, and Edster. Vastback is holding up the rest, I guess you could say, burning those mediums and being a bit slow as a result. And with that, we see the train here kind of forming up. The low-speed cars are not going to have a good time around here. And the best example of that is Cosby, who's fallen all the way down to 18th from what it was a pretty decent qualifying performance. Not a good time, and Floof's fault has actually fixed itself, so I'm kind of curious what that was that Floof got. It was a very temporary engine failure, which means he's not allowed to change that because it's not a failure that lasts till the end of the race. It needs to become permanent by lasting till the end of the race itself. Oh,
we've had a crash.
Crash involving multiple cars. At least that can't involve Floof. It is Vastbeck and the Williams. Should be Van der Ver. Oh, and that is actually a pretty hard hit, all things considered. Is that going to be some tire destruction? Doesn't really look like it, to be fair. Max, however, has definitely destroyed these softs, and we'll be looking at a undercut, I would hope. How is Master eating tires? I don't know. It's impressive. Tanto, Master, and Max have been eating their tires, going for hopefully an undercut. It's all their teams really can pray for here. But yeah, I think Floof will be unable to torpedo anyone simply because he can't keep up with anyone. Sing now, mechanical fault for the Haas. He won't stop the race. Well, you have caught up it, but we do have the top four running away with it at the moment. Van der Ver has broken free from Vastbeck, however, and could become a part of this race, top 5 race in the future. We will have to wait and see. Retire the car, Cosby. Well, we've had a couple of cars pitting. Master, Tanto, Max now also coming in. We'll have to see if the undercut can work, but the problem is the undercut monster is Floof, and you need to safely pass him to even have any chance of doing an undercut here. And that is probably going to be the scariest part about this. Max drops in between Master and Tanto. And for every lap you guys stay behind Floof, you're losing 1 to 2 seconds to the cars ahead. We need a safety car or a red flag. Master picks up a mechanical fault right now. Okay. Second set of faults has begun. A red flag is not saving us, Colsby. We need a whole new circuit. Damn. We need a new season. That you do. Motel now into the pits. Edster into the pits. Medium tire. Motel actually snuck out ahead. That's impressive. Usually the AI doesn't like to do that. They do stay ahead of the ones that went for the undercut earlier, but they aren't actually that far behind. So anyone in the 3 and down here might want to consider pitting. Floof is still leading them, however, as Taz has picked up a fault on the part that was okay, I think. Maybe we'll see a complete change of parts then. Could also be a temporary fault on, I would think, the ERS. We shall have to wait and see. Safest place on the racetrack, next to Floof. Ferrari now comes to the pit lane. And they get out ahead of Motel. Is Mortel going to beat them out here? As we see Mortel and Edster fly up the hill. And in fact, Ferrari could not beat them out. Vasbeck. Is Vasbeck going to hold on to 15th here? No, Master is up ahead. Floof is almost ahead. Floof has actually found himself in a good train here. And could cause some mayhem as a result. But is currently doing a good job of holding on, I guess you could say. Currently, Edster is in the net lead. Singh's fault has escalated. That is not what the Haas team needs right now. We're also seeing some drivers get closer to that 20% mark where punctures could happen. Bowling now comes in. Junior comes in. Singh comes in. Where is Bowling going to find themselves exiting, though, is going to be the big question. And right now, they are falling down the order. Quite drastically, I'd argue. Junior. You're going to beat Master out. Is Singh going to beat Master out? They do, in fact, beat Master out here, I think. Yes, max up to 15th. Right now, Edster is in a pretty good position. If they can clear the cars and have them hold up Mortel, Ferrari, and Bowling, we'll have to see how that goes in future. But yeah, right now, just medium runners up ahead. And right now, Baba is doing the job of holding Edster up. This is basically just it right now. Traffic is going to be the name of the game on how good you can build advantage. How has Edster picked up a fault again immediately? Maybe the pass didn't get refreshed.
Surely some kind of fault.
We will have to take a look at that one. But it wouldn't surprise me if the pass didn't get refreshed, but it did at least get fixed. So maybe I have broken the game. It is, in fact, the ERS here with 60% picking up a fault. So it's not the refresh being the problem, as it turns out. That's now out in 10th with that fault. And Floof is basically already a full pit stop behind everyone. That is kind of nuts. Yes, your 60% ERS has had a issue. He also managed 90%. I don't remember, but that one was pretty impressive for all the wrong reasons. But we're going to speed this up a little bit because it is getting late. And if we want to follow the final race a little bit more in depth, we need to speed up the process here a little bit at Coda. Currently, Edster and the Sauber Hill Ferrari is in the lead. We'll have to see if anything changes as others pit. Mike currently in 9th here. And the top 10, Pez has apparently fixed their faults. I assume a lot of these faults are probably just intermittent on the ERS. Because this is Coda, it is a lot of cars running together, it is high temperatures, and most cars have terrible engine cooling. So that is probably the source of most of these failures. This isn't horrible, to be fair. No, it definitely isn't. Definitely is not a bad position to find yourself in. As we see Master now with a lockup and falling all the way down to 18th.
Very heavy on the brakes, and they'll need to be mindful of the effect that that had on the tires.
Finner now comes in for a soft tire, I think I saw there. Soft tire indeed. Why am I eating my tires? Good question, Max. Sometimes your drivers just like to eat tires. Like something chewy. I don't know. The game works in mysterious ways, and so does Floof, as it turns out. Currently, though, Edster is getting kind of caught up here. It's managing their tires a little bit, allowing Ferrari to take the lead. Question is Mortel and Bowling also going to join this train? As Ferrari is trying to break away. The breakaway has arguably succeeded here. We needed a little sprinkling of rain to allow AFN to no longer feel happiness. Yeah, top 4 are doing well. 5th and 6th are doing fairly well. Mike is actually in a pretty... Oh, floof incident. 27 now.
At turn 17. Oh no! Why'd they go?
No, it should be at 27.
Concentration, maybe.
I love that Lando just says, is the counter still at 26? And then Floof just... No, it is at 27. That is perfectly timed. Let's have someone else ask about some Floof incidents. Hotel now went immediately to a major fault by the looks of it.
It looks like they're carrying some kind of fault.
That is not good for the... That is not good for the VCARB driver. Yeah, got a double fault there right away. What kind of failure is Mortel struggling with? I would assume it is engine or gearbox. And Bowling too has picked up a mechanical failure. If they can hold on to these failures till the end, they get new components. Reviewing the game crashes, they all happen following wet races. Probably best to clear the wet rather than all future races to be safe. Agree, AFN. I think it's more the regulation changes. It's not cooperating with the rule set, Daniel, but it's a nice try. It is a nice try. Currently, though, Mortel, even with damage, is following Adsa fairly closely here. What's the problem again? Is it engine? Is it gearbox? It is basically both, as it turns out. Which could lead to a DNF if they do follow the car ahead closely. That's not what you want to do in this situation. Still worth it to be safe. How about I make every race a wet race? The wet race season. But yeah, Edson right now is squabbling with the damaged car behind. That damaged vehicle is not giving any mercy. But in terms of tires, it's actually pretty close between everyone. Of course, Edson is in pretty bad position. But we've seen the undercut work out. It could work out again. Max could also get that undercut working, probably get up ahead of Junior if they do it at the correct time. Anto has already attempted that undercut, and if they play the cars right, could find their way back into the points there. A lot of free air. What can we see in terms of lap times on these fresh hards? Is it going to be anything to write home about? As Edsa do now come into pit lane, a hard tie. 25 laps remain here. This could be Edsa's final pit stop, I do believe. Let's see here what Tanto can do. As Edsa comes up basically right behind Binner, and we'll need to do a little bit of clearing there. At 38 blank lap time, that is 2 to 3 seconds gained on most cars in the field. There's some, of course, that is going still pretty rapidly, but that's a lot of time to be gained here. As we see Ferrari come in to try and cover off Edsta here. It's going to be a hard tire. It is, of course, going to be a hard tire there for the Sauber. Baba now comes in. Max comes in. They're going to try and get some undercutting done. Baba on a hard tire. Does Max have a hard tire available? Do indeed have a hard tire available. Pinion now picks up a mechanical fault. But with these hard tires, should be seeing them go till the end. The question is, can Tanto go till the end? And can Tanto clear Cosby? The other very, very slow Ferrari that is causing problems here with the trains. Ezra at the moment, still not really clearing the cars up ahead. Might allow for the others to get into this, particularly as Ferrari is the one leading that train up ahead. I just took a peek here before having dinner. What am I doing there? Currently you still need to pit again, so that is mainly it. You're on a different strategy from everyone else, so that is why you find yourself in the lead, Mike. But it's not a bad race for you. So confusing if that Ferrari is leading a Sauber? Yes. You see, AFN had some plans to be signed by Ferrari, but then Ferrari TP Lando Norris did the fun thing and signed Cosby and Floof instead. But yeah, we could see some binning happening very, very soon, particularly from a green car. We've seen it happen before. And right as I say that, Mortel's fault escalates instead. Is there anything green on this car? Of course, that green Cash App symbol is what got him. But yeah, I believe that is Mortel now with a major fault gearbox and a major fault engine. And that is probably going to be pretty bad for their chance of getting points out of this one. Might put AFN in Alfie next year with a car with no speed and all cooling. Could happen, as you do get fast. Well, you still have better tires than Edster. Vanderveer here could be a dark horse from further back. Yellow flag. As Cosby has done something. I don't know if we can blame Cosby for that one, to be fair.
It's not going the way the team had hoped today. That is...
I don't think we can blame Cosby for that one. I think Cosby got bullied. But that is now both Ferraris running 19th and 20th. We've seen this before. And when Cosby pits, which presumably will be at the end of this lap, they will be getting team behind their teammate. And Master does pick up a penalty for the bullying that just occurred. So Cosby was in fact innocent, and a jury of his peers, which is the FIA, I guess, has found him innocent of the crime and instead assigned blame to Master. Ferrari now up into third, needs to clear Mortel here, and then they're going to have a lot of clean air as we see another yellow flag. What has happened this time around? That yellow flag is not going away. It is Junior.
That's the moment they lose it. Not a mistake. They'll want
with
to
a
make
massive
it.
spin. CS the only pit. Your tires look good. Yeah, your tires aren't too bad. Question is just what you will go to towards the end here. Honestly. It was in fact not Cosby's fault, yeah. And Mortel now's fault has escalated to a another one. It's gonna make it to the pits, or it's gonna be bye-bye here. We shall see. Mortel makes it to the pit. We do not get a safety car. We do not pass go. We do not collect the red flag, as we see a lot of teams in the pit lane right now. Starting with Junior here, medium tire. What about Binner? They have saved a hard one that they can push. Tess now comes in too, onto a hard tire, and they're definitely going to stay on those till the end. Mortel here now has unfortunately been knocked out of this one with that failure, and we'll have to take a look and see if the other part gets swapped too. If not, we'll have to do a manual swap right there. Cosby now in the pits, and they are giving you in the front wing, and that solved all your problems as it turns out. Currently, Mike is just praying for either a red flag or a safety car. I'm not going to sugarcoat it. As it stands right now, when they do pit, they're going to come out somewhere between Tanto and Poco. The Tanto and Poco does both need to pit here. So they're actually still in this for a potential podium, I dare say. Looking very, very promising for the Saubers here of all cars. Thank God I passed Mortel. What fault does Bowling have? So Bowling's problem is the engine. The engine is the issue for Bowling. I'm happy to finish second if Tide doesn't score. Damn. Currently, though, Floof, Cosby, and Singh are the three cars severely out of this. Bowling's engine has decided to commit another level of failure.
Well, yeah, right. It certainly looks like they've developed a fault.
It does unfortunately only mean you can replace the parts that have failures. So in Bolin's case here, we take a look at him here. In Bolin's case, it means we can only place the gearbox, sorry, not the gearbox, the engine, because that's the one that is suffering from a failure at the moment. Which was a rule change for this season. So we'll basically take stock of the damages at the end of this race. And then we'll allow those that have damages to swap them out if they want. Got assassinated, what do you expect? Cosby not very happy, down in dead last. Oconaldo with 16 laps to go goes for a soft tie. That is brave around Coda. Not gonna lie, that is really brave. Floof comes in too. But how long is the soft actually expected to survive around here? It's competitive for 15 to 26 laps, so yeah, probably not a terrible idea, but the loss of performance here is quite big. Compared to a medium, it's just gonna take what is this? 3 tenths advantage. It's just gonna take 6 laps for a soft to start being slower than a medium. With 16 laps to go, this is definitely a gamble from the Alpine team. Noted that I'm never going to Ferrari again. Everyone is just gonna refuse to drive for any team, like, once we get to see plenty of this. This is indeed the 6th race, Lando. Please replace Master and Mortel's part. They both have issues. We can do that after the race. Can I check AFN's tire temps? AFN is worried that he's burning his tires, and the survey says you are okay for the time being. You are pushing, but you have pushed harder. Right now, you should be okay. Mike, on the other hand, is probably going to try and stay out and go for a soft tire. And we'll have to see again just how many places you can get back once you do go to that tire. AFN might get an engine fault. That engine is very worn. Are you willing this into existence, Cosby? We could also see Sauber and Sauber violence right now. That too would be peak. Looks like Ferrari has gotten away here from his teammate. Are we going to see a pit? No. Stays out for another lap. And to be fair, it isn't the worst idea. It's just binner and basically cars further back that is quicker. But Mike here is starting to lose a lot of time as they've now dropped below that 30% line. Tanto is going to have the same issue very soon. Master now comes in to serve that penalty for bullying Cosby. And honestly, the peak here, the peak ending, would be Floof catching up to and taking out Cosby here. I'm not going to lie. Master goes to a soft tire, and it's going to get back into this mix again. Look at that. We have the RB switch between the Ferraris. Mike now comes into the pit lane. We could see another incident between Master and Cosby by the end of this. Soft for Mike, and it's going to come out in 5th place here. Not too far off the podium, as you can see. Currently, Van der Veer is the one that is holding that podium. But there is just 6 seconds to get up there, and then another 6 to get up to Edster with 12 laps to go. That means 1 second a lap needs to be gained on these soft tires, and with 12 laps to go, that might actually be doable. We'll have to see, though. The first victim here, Bowling, is already dealt with, and Mike moves up to 4th. What is a Minecraft's engine like? So Ty's engine is also getting into a danger zone. Kind of need a failure to get it replaced. What happened to the Aston after the first race? We fell apart. I guess the Aston was just crafted for the first race weekend. Maybe a bit of luck to opinion, I don't know. But sometimes things just work out in mysterious ways, you could say. Question now is going to be, is Bennett going to get bowling? I think that's going to happen. Bowling is going to suffer just like Elsa did in a previous race here. And as cars catch up, it's going to be very, very hard to defend. Kanto is still staying out on these cards there and really just needs to have already pitted. Not really getting any benefit right now from staying out. And Junior should be able to get the overtake done here now. Mike is currently running a good almost 3 seconds quicker than Edster. And at this pace, could catch him before the end of this race. Mike's definitely getting faster lap. Well, currently Master has it in the back, so we'll have to see if he can snatch that away. 35 something, I believe it is. Together, the Ferraris are together. That is all that matters. Well, the Ferraris could also take each other out, so we'll have to see here. It's been a while since we had the last Loof incident. Right now, he is leading his teammate, however, so I guess things could change. Mike now has caught Van der Veer with 10 laps to go. Still gaining nearly 3 seconds a lap. Between 2.5 to 3 seconds. That's just 5 seconds behind. If the pass area is clean, we could see Mike overtake Edster within the next couple of laps. As Santo finds some way into the pits. Goes for a soft tire. But it's going to get shuffled down to 15th here. And I need to put in a lot of work to get back into the points. With 20 seconds needing to be gained over the next 10 laps, which honestly we are seeing from Mike right now, so it's not really that impossible. And with 10 laps to go in 13 seconds, could Mike push and snatch the win from their teammate? Potentially. I believe we saw a minor yellow flag there. Floof has run wide. The Floof kind of gets one more. 28 now, I believe.
Really, they must be careful.
28 is correct. Edster now in danger as Mike is charging up the order. Does Ferrari have new parts? I don't believe so. They have the most durable engine after all. Those softs are indeed getting destroyed, and that could come back to bite them towards the end. Master Force kept going back and forth. Let's check. It has vanished. I assume it is an ERS-related fault. But right now, Master is actually safe. After having that double fall last time around. Or maybe in the AI switch parts. I don't actually know. Mini made a new path on the second turn. Standings. Well, if things stand as they are, Edster will retain the lead, but we're going to see the Ferrari love here move up to third. And in the constructors, Mercedes will still have a pretty dominant position over Red Bull, but Sauber moves up to fifth, just 1 point behind Haas. Right now, we should be seeing Mike preparing to make a move on the Mercedes, and that's going to bring things closer. Can Mike clear Edster here and use those softs to create a little bit of a gap? Is that doable? No. Edster keeps the lead here. Well, the lead keeps second place safe as things currently stand. Bowling falling down to 7th behind Taz. Now 8th behind Baba. And Mike might have used a little bit too much of those tires. Has lost the RS at the moment. If Edster falls into a cliff, I might be fully locked into the drivers. We shall see. I'm 15th in the championship with that tractor? Yes. Can the leader not laugh Loof and we crash him? Probably also laughing slow because I'm matching tires? Could be. Right now, Mike is falling backwards a little bit. And honestly, we also have a very good performance here from the Williams. 4th and 5th. Doing really, really well. Steve is crashing, as it turns out. Well, not really a Steve. The car ahead has crashed.
There's been a crash.
Neymar Jr. and Bowling has had their little incident here. Steve just had to avoid. And unfortunately, that is a lot of time lost.
The team glued.
I believe that is some front wing damage for Junior. I think Bowling got away from it pretty much scot-free. But that is going to put the 10th placer at risk for Pinion and Aspect coming up from behind. Not really what is needed with 5 laps to go. Commentator's curse indeed. Investigation. It's a racing incident. No penalties given, as it turns out, for that assault, I guess you could say, on the Red Bull. Junior is going to try again. Steve is also going to try. Get past the McLaren and gets that done. Junior down to 10 per second and then back into 9th as Minecraft couldn't get that to stick. Tries again. It makes it work a little bit better this time around. Mike now is getting ready for another move on Edster. We also see Bowling fall down to 9th. 10th now. Is this the move for Mike? The arrest zone incoming. Is it going to be enough? Not quite. But Edster is also not holding anything back on those sides. 38% now. With 4 laps to go. Gonna need a little bit of management here, I think. And if Mike is clever, he'll just sit behind and conserve those softs as much as possible while staying within DRS. Instead, we're launching another attack. And this time, Mike finally gets by the Mercedes driver. Sauber 1-2 at the moment. Can Mike break DRS to the Mercedes? Getting close. It's been broken. Did it get broken early enough, however? It did, in fact, get broken early enough. Edster has lost DRS after getting overtaken. It is a Sauber 1-2 at the moment. Further back, the gaps are starting to form here. Opinion is 2 seconds off the points. And everyone else is kind of in a similar position. So we are just going to speed this up a little bit. As Max now picks up a mechanical fault, we could potentially get a bit of a change of components. Well, the mechanical fault has escalated more so than anything else. So we will take a look at it as we're nearing the end. Steve now, not content with allowing a McLaren to finish ahead. Is going to try and get the move done for 7th. On-2 by Sauber, peak realism. We'll have to see if they can keep it up, though. But yeah, Mike is still pushing. Steve is trying to get Baba before they fall below 30%. We'll have to see how this goes. What can Steve do here? Steve launches with DRS and just bullies Baba off track. And with that, they're currently up to 7th, with just 2 laps to go, including this one. DRS has not been broken, however, so Baba could potentially get that place back. Particularly at that 30% is looming dangerously close here now. And Baba does, in fact, just take that place back immediately. Last lap has begun. We have a Sauber 1-2 at the moment. We have Mercedes 3rd and 6th. And we have the 2 Williams cars. Having a quiet race, not really being shown too much, but being in 4th and 5th is still pretty good for them. Not gonna lie. Then we have Baba, Steve, Junior, and Tanto finishing off the points there. Steve now, having lost the 30% mark on their tires, is gonna have a hard job of catching and overtaking the McLaren on this final lap. It seems to be not likely that Steve gets involved. What can Tanto do here? It's going to have DRS on this final straight. Had Junior, who does have front wing damage. Is that going to be enough to launch an attack from the Haas? It is, in fact, enough to get side by side. Is it enough to keep the place? As we do have a Sauber 1-2. Esther takes 3rd. Vanderveer is going to come in 4th here. And Binner is going to take 5th. But what is happening with Junior? Junior has fallen down to 10th. And honestly, that is our top 10, I think, sorted. Binner 5th, 10th, 6th, Baba 7th. We have Steve in 8th, Tanto in 9th. Then we have Junior in 10th. Now I'm going to have to just pause it here, as we need to take stock of damages. So Floof's car is okay. Cosby's car is okay, but they are getting low on the engine components. For Bowling here, the engine is going to be replaced. That is a certainty for Steve. Unfortunately, no failures. We are seeing some lower components there. They need to get that failure next time around so it can be ready for double trouble, if you will. And Mortel here. The AI is going to change the engine, but we are going to take a look and see if we need to change that gearbox. So we'll just note that down. And for everyone else here, I believe you are mostly safe, with the exception of Max and Pinion. Engine and gearbox, respectively. And Pinion, gearbox. We might change the rules here for tokens next time around, but I want to try and make the engines actually have value this time around by changing how the tokens work. Congratulations, Salva, for 1-2.
Sometimes I think you just have to accept that it's not going to be your race.
This really is going to be.
Narrow, please. Surely the AI replaces mine. You can pray. You can pray. Basically, if you have a fault in your component pinion, if you want to, you can change it. But only if you have a fault on the component at the end of a race. So in your case, you had a fault to your gearbox. If you wish, I can forcefully have the AI change that to a fresh one. Sing has failure. Did you see? Yes, I noted it down. Saying failure on your gearbox. But yeah, we have a 1-2 here from Sauber this time around. We have Adster still in the lead. Minecraft scored a couple of points. But it is going to be a fight between these two. But Ferrari lover here is coming in as a bit of a dark horse. And everyone can still do something with double points there. Next race is going to be vital, though, to see where everyone does square up. And Sauber and Haas, part of the 69 crew here, are 4th and 5th at the moment. No, we cannot transfer team engines. Bowling is getting a new engine, yes. That is true, because they have damage to it. You can't change your engine manufacturer. That is not happening. Yes, Pinion, I am going to be replacing your gearbox. I'm going to be replacing everyone that I noted had failures at the end of the race there's parts. So don't worry about that. In time, there will be better results. No, you are not. I'm not giving you Bowling's fresh engine, Ty. Bowling is getting a fresh engine. You do not have any failures. Can you simulate practice to see who has faults with replacements? No. I tried to destroy a component during a race weekend before. That also bugs out the game, so it needs to be done before. This is like the one track that is not power-based. Then Cosby, you guys should do great at it. This is going to be the Ferrari 1-2 track. I can feel it. Did you have a failure, FN? Because if not, then you are not getting destroyed. Unfortunately, you are not noted down for a failure. So, if you have a low engine, it has survived this far, pray that it gets destroyed in practice without me interfering, or pray that you get a failure at the end of this race weekend, basically. I need to be competitive. Well, your driver should have been more tactical with picking up damage, as it turns out. I will check the cars before the race, though. I'm just going to quickly change out those engine parts. It's not going to take a long time. Let me just quickly get that sorted. Let us see here. Who was going to get a new engine? Bowling is going to get a new engine. The AI has already done that, so I don't actually need to do that. Sing, are you getting a new engine? The AI has already done that. No, Sing, you are a gearbox. Gearbox. Max was an engine. I assume they've already replaced that one. They have. And Pinion, you're going to be very happy to say that, to hear that Aston has also replaced your engine too. They have not replaced your gearbox, however, so I will be replacing that one because that was where you had damage. Motel had a damaged gearbox, given a new one by the AI without my interference. And Sing has also been given a new one. So the only one I actually need to destroy there was just Pinions. The AI has actually solved everything else on their own. So the AI usually does replace most of them, but some they don't. And those are the ones you're going to be sad about. Change the rules for engine next season. People were complaining that the tokens basically made the engine choices meaningless, or basically made picking a worse engine pretty powerful. So that is why I changed the use of engineering tokens, so that you actually need a failure to be able to use them. Can we have a whole new car? I think we need it. Well, if you have a suggestion for the tokens to make them fair use, and not something that, oh, my engine's just bad, I'm going to replace it, no consequence, please let me know. We might just give everyone one engine, one ERS, one gearbox, to make it a just straight up, if you use your token, it is a pit lane start. That sort of deal. That might be the solution. But yeah, we shall see how this one goes. Motel had more than gearbox. Yeah, Motel had the engine, but since the engine exploded, the AI changed that for him, Christy. So I checked, the engine was replaced, which is why I mentioned that. And the AI has actually replaced the parts of everyone with the exception of Pinion's gearbox, which I solved. So everyone now that had problems has had them sorted. But we might, as I said, just give everyone one engine, one gearbox, one ERS, pit lane start. If you want to switch them out in future, that might be a solution. But I think the cars are still standing still, and the Ferrari is in fact standing still. The McLaren has not breached containment yet. The Red Bull is still the same. Mercedes, still the same. Alpine, still the same by the looks of it. The Williams is still the same as well. The Haas has not broken containment. The Bull has not broken containment. Sauber is okay. Aston is also standing still. So at least I have kind of equalized the cars without meaning to, which is kind of hilarious. But we are ready now. Hungary is coming up. Let's pray that your engines explode during practice, for those of you who need that little bit of support. Considering we're somehow 50 million in depth, I'm not surprised we have it explode. Yeah. Why haven't anyone developed the cars? Because Inferno, the AI is developing parts. The problem is the new parts the AI is developing, because some parts are very specialized in, say, cornering, just isn't better than the parts you already have. That's the thing. So even if the AI is developing, they're not developing anything worth putting on the car. What actually changed this time that the AI did not even attempt to upgrade? I don't know, because they downgraded last time, remember? So we could still have, in theory, the AI downgrading some cars. But it's just that they don't actually get any parts that are better than what's on the cars. And I don't know what's going on, honestly. But last time too, the equality did work out pretty well, so at least we have that sorted for future. But yeah, we are having a heavy rain quali. And with that, let us head into first practice of the Hungarian GP. I'm just joking, we're going directly to qualifying. I need to pray that I crash in practice or get that terminal failure. Well, right now, the practice results has Tanto as the quickest one. Inters were used in practice. Okay. Cosby and Floof, you guys are not having a good time. Neither is Steve, as it turns out. Bowling, the quickest in the second practice. Floof barely beats out Harmon Singh here. Soft versus hard tire. And it's just a 210 difference, as it turns out. In the first practice, Tanto the quickest one. And we see Floof. No, we see Bem. Because I couldn't find Floof, I was sure that he finally had a good practice session, but no, it was Behrman that took his seat and beat Cosby, as it turns out. I was told we were first and second this race, Cosby, yeah. Oliver Floof. Oliver Behrman. Oh. Except for me being replaced with Vegas, yes. Did anyone else get replaced? We see Porsche in the kick. We see Vasa in the Racing Bowl. And we see Lindblad and Drugovic also shaping up here. We are ready for qualifying session in the rain. And it is going to be a one-shot quali on the Inters by looks of it. One shot into quali. I'll check your components once everyone has done a lap if you want. The traffic is going to be a problem here. There's just no way it isn't. We see Floof and Cosby for once at the top of the timing table. Just this once. Floof with the number 1 next to their name. I'm going to cause traffic? No. Everyone behind me is starting a fast lap. Tanto is the last one to start a fast lap. So, yeah, there's not going to be any traffic courtesy of me. Currently, though, the best first sector belongs to Mike.
Box this lap and cool the engine.
Floof and Cosby, identical first sectors alongside the McLaren. Master here with the time to beat. Can anyone go quicker? Ferrari can. Poconaldo cannot. What are we going to see further down the right way here? Tessa moves up to 3rd. Cosby to 4th, ahead of Master and Poconaldo. Junior cannot go quicker. Binner up to 5th. Bowling to 4th. Slow this down a little bit. What can Floof do? Floof is pretty far towards the end here. Pinion. Currently Junior, Poconaldo, Master, Pinion, and Binner, the ones in trouble. If everyone below them goes quicker. Let's see. Floof here. One of the big question marks, I guess you could say. And does not go quicker. Currently slowest. Tanto, what can you do? Ahead. Pinion down. Floof, Junior, Poconaldo, Master, and Pinion out in Q1. Very likely here. Because it is just going to get wetter. You only changed the values on the sidebars? I did change the background expertise levels too. The problem was just that if I set them within 10% of the actual expertise of the parts, the McLarens got buffed. So the AI started a little bit behind the current parts, but not this far behind. They did have at least some expertise to work with. Floof with a spin!
Now we should be able to take a look here. Everything's all right here.
The counter has spoken.
Whoa, and around they spin. It's hard to be too critical when the drivers are facing these conditions, though.
Hi, I have a question. When regulations say that it will be a downgrade only for the chassis and sidepods, I do research for them, but should I research the other parts like suspension or wing? A lockup as well.
Here's the replay. The circuit looking quite damp.
Main thing you want to research then is going to be the chassis and side pods, but there's nothing wrong with researching the other parts too. You're still going to get that benefit going into next year, Dan, but you basically want to focus your research mainly on your chassis and your side pods, of course. I did forget to check the engines. Can I go data view here? Lap history. So Floof is still running a terrible engine. So is Cosby. Even the gearbox is terrible. Junior needs a new engine. Baba is okay. Bowling is fine. That gearbox could be a problem in the last race. Steve, they're still putting him on that old one. Tess and Esther should be okay. Poconaldo, gearbox could be an issue. Fastback engine and gearbox should be an issue. Vanderveer should be fine. Binner should be fine. Singh should be okay. Anto needs that new gearbox. Probably going to get that by the AI, to be fair. Master is okay with the exception of ERS. Mortel is fine. Ferrari needs engine and gearbox. Mike needs engine and gearbox. Max here needs nothing at the moment, and neither does Pinion. So we still have some cars that are going to want to get in trouble this race weekend. Yeah, the flux counter, I think, has reached 30. It has indeed. But yeah, the engine parts have been checked. We shall take a look at it. Hello, got an editor question. I can't create new parts for any team, not even my own, as it won't let me save. Is it a universal problem, or am I doing something wrong? Make sure that the percentages on the new parts is actual percentages, because if it shows up as undefined, click the plus and the minuses. Make sure there's a percentage symbol behind, because if there isn't a percentage symbol behind, the game doesn't actually know what it is. So that could be your main issue, I would think. Try that out first, and if that doesn't solve it, then honestly, I don't know, because I haven't run into that problem myself. Work supremacy inbound. If we don't have a fall, please change it out to Hungary. I think I will be merciful if the engines are screwed, not failured after this race, because it's double points. I will do the executive decision and show mercy. Refresh parts that are damaged, since it is double points. Let's see what Q2 has to offer. This looks very vet.
We should have the green light now.
It's going to remain very vet, but the last here could be on changing conditions. AFN. This kind of going to be a bit of a problem here. It looks like it will be okay. Okay, suddenly the entire gang got released here. Look at this. That is going to be a lot of cars running very, very closely together. This is the 7th race. There's still one more remaining after this, which is Austria. But yeah, there is Austria remaining after this one, Inferno. And after this one, even if Mike's engine doesn't explode, I will be giving him a refresher. Sorry, not Mike, Steve. Bank Collapse have finished. Max, Baba, Cosby, Singh, and Vasberg are currently the ones in danger. We need to put an inter-tire on Kaiser here, because it is going to dry up a little bit. And we should see everyone leave the pits shortly, basically. There's going to be another cluster of one-shot quali. Good night, Inferno. Have a good evening. The A in AFN stands for not adapt, can't adapt. I need to let Tanto go here, honestly, to not screw him over. But Tanto is not going to have a good lap. They're currently basically very, very well suited, but if they catch up to this train, it's going to be terrible for them. Yeah, I haven't run into that issue relegations. I can't really help you with it. I'm sorry. What have you done? Why not? Am I not out? I don't know. I haven't done anything. I'm going to bed. Good evening, Ty. I'm sorry that the game just decided to park you in your garage. I honestly don't know. The game apparently have decided that Ty needs to be parked in the garage there. Baba with the time to beat here. A 31.6. And there's a lot of cars already beating that time. Baba probably in trouble here. So is Ferrari. Ferrari is dropping to that drop zone rapidly. And Max is out. Cosby's out. Steve is out. Anto is out. What can Benna do here? Not good enough. And I think Vasbeck also was not good enough, unfortunately. So Vasbeck, Cosby, Max, Benna, Tanto, and Steve out in Q2. AI doing something questionable, as it turns out. Is McLaren cooking today? Yes and no. Maybe slightly cooking. I don't know, honestly. But yeah, let us see here how the final qualifying session in Hungary goes. And I'll send my car out first. It is going to be a one-shot dry qualifier. One-shot dry qualifying here with Mortel coming out first. Followed by Ferrari. Ferrari getting out early to avoid their rain that is to come. Should have plenty of time to finish a lap before the rain arrives. McLaren overcooked one side of the dish. That is one way to describe it, Mitsuki. That is one way to describe it indeed. Hotel with a purple first sector. Ferrari 3/10 down. Sting a 10th down. Not really the toe you were looking for, as it turns out. Purple second sector. Ferrari another 10th down here. Purple sector taken by the Haas. Bowling 26.9 in the first sector, up 2/10 to Mortel. Adster, purple middle sector. Staying up to potential to provisional pole here. Adster up to second. Bowling getting held up by Adster's teammate at the moment. No other way to sugarcoat that one. Where do they end up? Bowling in second, Tess in 7th, Mike in 8th. The 1-2 from Sauber turns into an 8-9 in quali, and we have a Haas pole as things stand. Williams still cooking in those top 5 positions. AFN was hopeful and then immediately got shut down by the game. Williams here, being very, very hopeful of a little bit dry towards the end. I don't think we're seeing a massive improvement here. Just engine usage, really. I'm gonna have to apologize. My stomach is being a little bit upsetty again. So, what I'm gonna do is start the race and retire, and allow you guys to just watch the first couple of laps in like 1x or 2x. I can go to the toilet again. I'm very sorry, but it's just how things are shaping up tonight, apparently. Have a good night, Cosby.
It's lights out and away we go.
We see Steve actually in the middle of us here, so I think what happened in qualifying is that they decided to give you that new engine. I think they decided to give you that new engine immediately. Enjoy Edster's start, everyone.
here we've got a yellow flag.
Sorry about that. Clearly I've eaten something today that my stomach is disagreeing with me over. Hello, Davidson. What is happening here? Bin and Cosby has crashed, is what I'm being told. Anything else spicy happening while I've been gone? Or are we good? Bin crashed with Cosby. Hello, AFN. Thank you, Edsa. Yeah, sorry. Apparently I've eaten something. Probably for dinner today that I am having a disagreement, because that is the second trip to the toilet I've had to take. I'm attacking test trying to get past. Okay, let me get back up to speed here. So Singh is currently in the lead still. Ed's in second. Bowling third. Mortel fourth. We have Baba in fifth in a McLaren. That's not supposed to happen. Then we have Vandiver and Tess fighting, while Ferrari and Mike are chilling in 8th and 9th. Masbeck has picked up a failure, and apparently Bin and Cosby has crashed. with Benna picking up a penalty. Have we have any floof incidents? Floof has not yet done anything. Can you check if I got a new gearbox or if I was left with the old one? Okay, first standings. Currently, Edster will have 100 points if things stand as they are. Singh will be in running for double points there, but Edster so far has had a pretty good season, let's just put it like that. With double points, there's still going to be a potential few drivers still in it. We'll have to see. Mercedes will have a pretty healthy lead going to the final race of the season, but it's not over by any means of the imagination. And in terms of Daniel, check if I got a new gearbox. Who was your driver again, Daniel? Why am I not remembering? Tanto, that is correct. Let us see here, lap history for the Tanto. They have kept you on that old one, unfortunately. As things stand, you have been kept on the older version. 0 floof incidents this race. That is not what I would like to hear. I would like to get that number way higher, because currently it's only at 30. Before this stream ends, we need both Floof and Lando to run a marathon. That is my greatest wish. Where did Bowling just come from? Bowling qualified pretty well. FN is moving up in the world as Taz comes into the pit lane here onto a hard tire, going for that undercut by the looks of it. He then finds himself behind Cosby. Damn, Cosby has actually been losing a whole ton of time by the looks of it. Bowling now comes in the pit lane. It's going to be a hard tire for the Red Bull. No, it's going to be a medium one. Okay. Steve also comes in the pit lane off a medium tire. Next one is going to be the hard, and it is a slow stop here for the Red Bull crew. A very, very slow stop. Mortel should be the next one into the pit lane here with 26% more mediums. That is what I would guess, at least. Mortel does in fact come into the pit. Max is the same. No double stacks this time around. Leaves me very, very dissatisfied with Aston's strategy. McLaren might cook. You're not wrong. Cosby also holds up. What do you say to these claims, Cosby, that you are holding people up and you go to a soft tire to spice things up even further? 38% one soft here, keeping up with some of the hard runners actually. Singh now, the leader, comes in the pit lane. Edster and Baba does the same. Mike does the same. And that eliminates the chance of a Sauber double stack. Singh comes out here in 7th, and Edster falls down to 10th behind Floof and Tess. But goes for a soft tire. Baba goes for soft. Mike is on the hard. Vaspec's failure is evolving at the moment. That is not great for them. And with that said, the undercuts are happening right now. We'll have to see how far down Ferrari is going to fall here, because Bowling is almost a pit stop ahead. Almost got up to a pit stop ahead. It is a pit stop ahead of Master Jr. And a good distance ahead of Singer as well. Bowling now in the lead. Once Ferrari does pit. I feel if Costa and Floof are no longer here. To be fair, both of them are sleeping. Is Jova got held up in pit lane? That happens, unfortunately. That is just the reality of this game. Similar to how you will get screwed over whenever the AI is involved. Good evening, Tix. And you sleep well? Ferrari finally does pit here onto a hard tie down into 11 behind the teammate. The teammate has undercut them again, as it turns out. But yeah, everyone, with the exception of Floof, has now pitted. This is one of the only times you will see Floof ever running in the points. As it stands, Bowling, Singh, Taz, Edster, Hortel, Baba, Vandever, Max, Mike, and Ferrari are finishing off the points, as Floof still needs to find the pit lane. Floof is actually holding up the entire bottom half of the grid right now, being a bit of a menace. Floof's found his true calling in life, annoying the bottom half of the constructors. Are we going to see Floof score points this time around? Because Floof is currently blowing everyone up on a old hard, basically wasting their pace at the moment. And the only time Floof is getting overtaken is on the main straight with DRS. So if we have the realistic racing mod that has been suggested to us, no one will be getting past Floof right now with the 100 defending. The wall is in action at the moment here. And we can see it in the lap times here. Floof is doing 125s. The top three are doing 20 to 21. 4 seconds are lost. Every lap, you stay behind Floof. Every lap, Floof keeps you trapped in his Floof cave. And he stays out again. You are losing 4 seconds worth of lap time. Not as bad this time around. And finally, Max finds freedom here. Pinion, however, still needs to suffer for one more lap in the Floof cave. The Floof wall, if you will. And right now, you can see the gaps there. Baba had to brave the Floof. Vandever had to brave the Floof. Ferrari, Max. The gaps are forming in response to Floof's shenanigans. And he finally does come into the pit here now. Soft tires for Floof. Floof's just getting straight back into business here. So he is getting overtaken by his teammate right now. Ferrari 1920th. Bowling in the lead, but is using up those tires pretty rapidly, to be fair. We'll have to see if that is a good choice or not. We see a yellow flag here from the Floof encounter going up.
We're following the action through turn 5. And there goes the steering. And they ended up...
31 indeed. And with one incident under our belt, we could definitely see another one happening very, very quickly. I'm going to gamble letting it run a little bit in 4x. I need to get water. How has Floof done? No more incidents. Seems like Bowling now is also getting charged down by Singh and Mortel, as those mediums are giving in a little bit. Floof managed to stay clean while he was in 8, but now that he's solo, he's having incidents. Honestly, giving Floof 100 defense might actually lessen the amount of incidents he does. Because if you read it overtaking and defending, the traits also does have an effect on incidents that you get involved with while you are overtaking and defending. So having low defense and having low overtaking does not make it only more difficult to do those two things, but it also makes it more difficult to do those two things safely. So that might be that might actually be what is kind of keeping Floof safe a little bit. He has terrible accuracy, but the defending, when he has to protect from behind, actually keeps him a little bit safe here. McLaren in for a medium tire. Master, what are you going to go in for? The medium for you too? No, it is another soft. Trying something a little bit different, as it turns out. Bowling definitely doing a 3-stop. I think so too. Bowling has actually gone for medium. So Flute has actually got if someone passed this behind them. Basically, yes. Flute's unleashed power would be in pole position, but he's never getting that. It would be interesting to see Flute though in a better car, I'm not gonna lie. Because Flute does actually have pretty good pace. As Pinion and Tanto here comes into pit. A hard and medium tires for them here. Hotel now comes in. And that is a medium tire for the RB. Cass has pitted, Bowling has pitted. When is Edster going to come in? The top 4 all need to pit here. Reverse last roll? Edster does find his way into the pit right now. And there is a soft tire waiting, so we're definitely seeing another pit stop here from Edster. For sure. And they fall down behind Mortel. But the top 8 here have a pretty safe pit window, I dare say. The only one that is potentially going to have problems is Mike. And Mike is right now causing some problems for others as Masters picked up a mechanical fault. Let's not secretly blame it on you. Is it secretly if I just straight up say it, Lando? Sing now into the pit. Soft tire. I'm holding them for you, AFN. Mike here is buying you a little bit of time. As it turns out. No, Floof, you were supposed to have a pit stop issue. That was the whole deal. Bowling back in the lead here. Ferrari needs to pit very, very soon. Those 30% tires are doing you no good at this point. As Mike has picked up a mechanical failure. See ya, Mike. I'll have to see how this plays out. But Ronaldo too is needing to pit, but is holding up Steve at the moment. Haas and Ferrari both needing to pit there, both about to start holding up Mortel Edster. Ferrari comes into the pit lane. What can Sauber give you? I think it starts on a medium. It did in fact give you a medium here. Max is going to overtake you though into the corner, and so I think is maybe your teammate? No, you're out ahead of your teammate here. And Master's mechanical fault has evolved. That is not what the V-Carbs need here. And right now, Bowling, Edster, Mortel, Singh, Vanderveer, Baba, and Max should be the order here, as Taz is gonna need to pit very, very soon. The question is, does Taz actually have a tire available to allow them to go till the end? I don't think so, but we have seen cars save 2 hards. Maybe Mercedes has done the same thing here. We will have to wait and see. Master now in the pit lane. If I get ahead of Max, I will have so much free air. That is true. But the question is, can you actually get ahead of Max? That's something that you can pull off here. Max has been cleared a lot more efficiently than I expected. Tess, get out of the way, please, I beg. Canavia here trying to give some team orders to Tess to get out of the way of Edster, as it turns out. I beg of you. Tess right now could do a very good job of just holding someone up. And it's doing that right now to Singh. Costing them probably a couple of seconds a lap here. But I think the pit lane beckons. And it does indeed. Tess now comes in the pit lane. And we are expecting them to exit somewhere around the top 10. What can Mike do here? Is Mike going to fly by? Max flies by. And Tess does in fact exit in the top 10. Kind of as expected here. No safety cars so far. We've actually not had a lot of safety cars and red flags this season, surprisingly enough. It has been pretty tame. I'm definitely going full attack. We shall see. 26 laps remaining here. Steve now comes to the pit lane. Comes out in 16th on a soft tire. I don't think that soft tire is going to survive 26 laps, buddy. Please don't jinx it. Whatever do you mean? I never jinx anything. Pinion 2 goes for a soft tire. I don't jinx anyone ever. There's no reason for me to be particularly looking at Edster right now. It's not like that would cause a spinala. Would it? We shall see. But yeah, Edster now. Bowling. Hotel, Vanderveer. All of them kind of getting into that point of needing one final pit stop here. And Tess probably is going to need to stop again. So it is getting a little bit interesting to see how this one is going to kind of peter out here. It's kind of hard to guess where everyone is going to finish. And honestly, Ferrari might be in a good position and will have a tire advantage towards the end. The question is just how much they're going to get held up. Spin to win, pull a max basically. Would be impressive, don't get me wrong. But yeah, right now we see Ferrari just getting held up by Motel and Singh. Not what they needed. And as it turns out, that top speed is disappointing, to say the least. Baba now in the pit lane. Have you done your final pit stop? Hard tires, I would say yes. McLaren now. 10th place, final pit stop completed. We could see McLaren score some more points here. Who is going to be the first of the remaining top 9 here to blink? I think Edster, Singh, honestly, all the top 5 could do it. We have a virtual safety car, as I believe that is the top. Who has Edster crashed with? Bowling.
Yes, we have. We've had a crash. What happened there? It's the Red Bull driver. And you can see how tight it is.
Bowling.
You can see how the cars come together.
Has taken
It's a
out
blow too for more than one driver from the pack.
the drivers here.
And for the crew watching on in the garage, that really must have been a hard one to take.
Unfortunately, that 2 does not go into that corner. And both got taken out. Just like that. Bowling went to Bowling. And got Edster here. Bowling is actually still in it. Bowling assassinated Edster and lived. And everyone now is taking the opportunity here to pit under the virtual. Junior, Steve, Bocanaldo, Binner, Tanto, everyone here, even Cosby and Floof, are coming in to pit. And for Bowling, that is railing damage. So I don't think Bowling is going to be scoring any points there. Vanderveer is coming in. Bowling picks up even the penalty. But at least they'll be able to serve that before the final race of the season. And it has been a full safety car here now. That virtual got promoted to a full safety car. Where is everyone going to shape up in this field right now? And what tires is available? Because now we are going till the end. We see mediums, we see hards. Tess on a soft with 20 laps to go. Mike in 6th there on a medium. Bowling comes out after serving that penalty with half a rear wing and a hard tire. Max in 9th. Pinion Pinion is not going to have a good time here. Pinion really should have gone into the pit lane. 77% soft tires. They're going to have to pit again. And that is very unfortunate for the Astons. But Williams now find themselves in a surprising lead. Not going to lie. I'm not even mad. I'm impressed, says Canevia. I'm sorry. I'm sorry. I did not mean to take out Edster. It was just a joke. It isn't the most ideal for me because I could have gotten past, but we take those every day. It's a full-blown safety car indeed. Tez is going to have the pit. I think Tez could survive if they manage their softs. We can see that Ferrari here went a good 18 laps on that first stint. So if they really, really go for management of those soft tires, it is viable. But it is going to be pretty close, yes. You're not wrong, Daniel. Anyone on a medium here can make it till the end of the race. No problem. Taz can even potentially make it here, but they need to manage their tires well to make that happen. If things stand as they are under the safety car, we have Edster still retaining the lead here, but we are going to have a close fight towards the end here. More drivers are going to be in it, of course. And in the constructors then, Mercedes is still going to hold strong. Since Red Bull isn't poised to score any points, well, not a lot of points, it's not really going to change things too much at the top. But it is going to bring the fight closer again for the top teams going into that final race weekend. And the final race weekend is in the land of getting pushed wide in turn 4 of Austria. I don't think Tess has 90 smoothness. No, but they probably have conserve, and they probably aren't going to go full attack on those tires immediately, like you would do on the start of the race. Damn you, bowling. I'm definitely in the best position, perhaps. I'd say the hard runners have a good shot here. But yeah, with your smoothness, AFN, you're in a prime slot to get something done. With that, I think I've caught up with the chat finally, so we are going to speed this up a little bit. But yeah, I'm going to be very curious to see how Bowling finishes this race, because they definitely picked up damage to the rear wing. And they definitely did slap Edster with the spins right there. Taz is still in a potential position to score points. 17 laps, 90%. Is that going to be good enough? Yeah. As we are getting ready for the restart. Safety car has ended. We're going green. And we are back underway here. A good getaway from the Williams. Not as good a getaway from the RB here, though. And we see even Tess immediately launch an attack on the Haas. And we immediately have a yellow flag here. We have a red flag. Floof has floofed and torpedoed Master. The karma hits strong here, as it turns out. And he almost collected his teammate too. That is a red flag, and that definitely saves Tez. And the question now is going to be, what tires is everyone going to be on? And unfortunately, this did not work, but I wanted to play this for Floof, and I just want to show it to you guys, because I don't know if we're going to have any more torpedoes. But yeah, Master, you have been torpedoed by the Floof. Last season's karma have caught you, and you are now free of the pain and suffering. You are now free to kind of hunt others down, I guess. But yeah, restart here, red flag. What is everyone going to do with their tires? I think I saw a lot of red. Still hard, for 2 cars at least. I think that might be the better choice here. Because the softs do disintegrate. And we see Floof here with a penalty. Good start for Van der Veer. Ferrari gets up into second here immediately. Singh moves up to third. Mortel with a terrible start on those hards, but with 15 laps to go, as I mentioned, Those softs will be destroyed by the end of this race. But terrible start from Mortel. Good start from the soft runners. We'll have to see if Ferrari's choice to stay on the mediums is a good one as they force down to 4th at the moment. Bowling is trying also hard tire. We'll have to see how they hold on with the damage. But everyone else, except for these 4, have elected to try and go for a soft tire till the end. The Master versus the Apprentice. You have failed me for the final time. I don't understand it. Has the same time preservation as Mercedes. I have 10 points more smoothness than Taz. We're under a safety car and I'm at 85% wear and Taz is at 87. I don't know what to tell you, Daniel. Could you straight up be that because you're further back in the train, there's more heat going to your car? That would probably be the logical explanation. And let's see if we take a look at it. So, Tanto. Temperature under safety car. 102 degrees there at its worst. And if you look at Tez, it is similar. So, hard to say, really. You did start with 3% worse tires, though, so that kind of explains it. So, it actually makes perfect sense if you look at it from that perspective. Lap 50 here, you had 94%. Look at Tez, lap 50, they had 97. That 3% difference is actually exactly where it should be. It makes perfect sense. You're going so slow under safety car that smoothness basically doesn't matter. Standings. I love how everyone just yells standings whenever something happens. So Edster, still need Singh, Ferrari Lover, both of them are getting into the mix here. Honestly, all the way down to 8 could potentially win the championship. Even Shell and Master, if you take him into consideration, could win the championship if the top 8 fail to score. And that has happened before, so we could see that. Mercedes, 30 points advantage at the moment if it stands as it is going into the final race of the season. Taz just immediately carves through the field. Well, we'll have to see if they can manage their tires well enough to stay there. And I think that's going to be the main concern now, as basically Ferrari's tires are going to be the better ones. We talked about this. It just takes 6 laps for a soft tire to be worse than a medium. And we see a yellow flag here as Baba has run wide.
Right, we're down at turn 5. That won't help their chances, but all being well and fingers crossed.
That is sad for McLaren because they actually had a good chance scoring points there. Junior is still in it though. First thing I see is I'm running last. Are you still running last? Corey? Another yellow flag. Who is it this time? It's Cosby. Has to, you know, take the role of their teammate here.
Well, you can see the lockup, but that's just the risk you take. The later you...
As for retiring is huge for the final race, yes, it spices up quite a lot. My luck is horrible. That does seem to be the case, yes. Hopefully you can turn around the final race, Corey. Cosby should have... Cosby should add to the floof counter. Can I fire a driver? In theory, all you get fired after the last race of the season, so if it makes you feel better, yes. Once they're done with Austria, you can fire both your drivers if you feel like it, Petro. They can't beat you on the tracks, they have to assassinate you? Well, to be fair, Red Bull here, with some cheeky strategy to take out Edster. But Bowling did pay the price. That rear wing is not doing him any favors around here, or her, in this case. Any favors around here. We could see a Williams win here. Singh versus Mandeville at the moment. 10 laps to go, and we see Vasbach. That bad luck getting worse. Who is gonna pit? Is anyone gonna pit?
Looks like the Alpine. But here we are following the Alpine. Oh, there wasn't a lot that
Bins
could be done.
into the wall. That is unfortunate. But it is just a virtual safety car. I don't think anyone really will take advantage of this. In theory, you might want to try and have Baba take advantage in case there is a safety car later on. But yeah, this virtual definitely helps the soft runners. Cosby decides that this is worth it. And pick up a Ferrari moment.
And what's that?
Peak Ferrari moment currently on your screens, ladies and gentlemen. Cosby pits under virtual and gets a slow pit stop. Eight laps to go here. Virtual safety car currently underway. Benefit me, I keep my advantage longer. The thing is, the soft tires lose pace a lot quicker than the mediums, so you kind of wanted to use themselves up completely by the end of this race, and that virtual safety car just helps him save more tire. And Mortel podium. Potentially, there's still 6 laps remaining, but there's still a lot of soft tire available, so Mortel is going to have a little bit of a hard work getting there, I think. So it could definitely make it happen. How many races are there between Silverstone and this race? 2, I think. We ended at Silverstone last night, then we went to... Where did we go? Monza and Coda? No. Monza was also last night. We went to Coda today and one other place that I don't remember right now. Because my brain is broken. I'm sorry. But there has been 2 races between this one and Silverstone. Which is the actual question you're asking. Hotel now moves past Max, and with a tire advantage, catching Tess should be doable, making the final race more exciting. Ferrari now is moving up. Williams is the next target on the chopping block. Can the Sauber get into this championship fight? Anyone tell Baba that the virtual safety car has ended? He can now race. I was having family Easter dinner when the stream started. Oh, that sounds nice. Hopefully it was a good dinner. But yeah, I don't think the Alpines have had a good time, no matter how you want to slice it. You guys have a couple of podiums, but that is also the limit of what you guys have done. And in terms of you, Vasbeck, you have had 1 podium so far this season and 1 fastest lap. And you haven't had a good time with DNFs, let's just be honest right there. Las Vegas, Miami, Monster, Silverstone were the first 4, yes. Mortel and Tez are still fighting. 3 laps to go, 38% tires. That's not great for the Mercedes driver, and they do drop down to 5th here. We see Sauber now with less tire than the soft runner ahead. Suzuka, yes. Suzuka, Coda is what we've done so far today. Now we're doing Hungary. Thank you, guys. But yeah, Mortel now is getting up to the podium places here. We could see the V-Comp get into this mix. Steve is also getting to the mix for at least a couple of points there. But what can Mortel do? Is it going to get it done on this next corner, maybe? Oh, that was last time that ended up in the wall. Could we see some more dreams shattered here? With Mortel now hunting that podium slot ahead of Ferrari. We are hitting that 30% mark. Are we going to get a puncture here before the race ends? Is Mortel finally going to get the Sauber? And Mortel launches it on the Sauber, but I think the squabbling here has earned Singh most likely a race win here. Come on, sing whisper to those tires. Go bowling is Mercedes TP's advice to all of us. Tanto gonna puncture. We'll have to see. It could happen. Yeah, Tanto is very close to puncture. You're not wrong. I didn't even realize it was this bad. 20% has been reached. Hotel now. Final lap. Final chance of getting an overtake. Very likely to be right here. Playing it a little bit slow at the moment. Further back, we have Steve still in 10th. We have Pocanaldo 9th, Max in 8th, Pena in 7th, Mike in 6th, Tess with 25% tires in 5th, Ferrari in 4th. Motel is still trying to chase down the Williams, but the Haas has just done about enough here, I think. Let's see how this one ends. What can anyone do to stop the Haas driver? I think nothing. I think Singh is going to get a win here. The question that we ask ourselves is, can Motel do anything to the line here? Is Tanto going to survive without a puncture? And Taz is also getting very, very close to that limit. But Singh is going to win here. Motel is very, very likely to take 3rd place. Van der Veer gets 2nd in Williams. Ferrari comes 4th. Then we have Taz in 5th. Mike is going to get 6th here. Penny and Max following in 7th and 8th, the 2 Aston drivers. Pocanaldo holds off Steve for 9th. And Steve secures 1 point here for the Red Bull team. Not a good day for them, all things considered. And yeah, Tanto does survive without getting a puncture. As victory this time around. And as I mentioned, we'll be doing a refresh on components for the last race.
Sometimes I think you just have to accept that it's not going to be your race.
Having to retire early will no doubt be a bitter
I quit,
disappointment.
mate.
But
I'm
today's
sorry,
done,
Pedro.
and it's all about looking forward.
Taking a look back on the season, Karun.
So are we replacing my engine parts? We're replacing anyone that is below 50%, basically. But yeah, Edsta is leading 11 points ahead of Steve. Steve is 11 points ahead of Ferrari Lover. And we have Singh a point behind. Mortel, Dean Van der Ven, who I think has scored basically most of the points by podiums at this point. Max is still somehow in this after having a good start to the season, but then a terrible mid-season. Taz is also somehow in this still. I don't know how. And interestingly enough, in the top 10, there is only one team that has two drivers on the same one, the RBs. That is actually kind of impressive. And Floof still doesn't have a single point. Constructors then, Mercedes. Decent lead over Red Bull and Racing Bulls. Then we have Haas and Sauber. And anything can still change in this final race. Final race weekend is 60 points. I think you all know why it is 60 points. And with that, we could see Edster get toppled by quite a number of people if things go really, really bad. Why am I replacing parts now? Why am I going soft now? It's for those that hasn't been hit with the refresh yet and are running like 20% engines, basically, Christy. I don't think Ed's picked up enough damage that it will be a pit lane start, unfortunately for you, Ty. He needs... Ty, it was barely a hit in the wall. Now you're getting your hopes up over nothing, Ty. Like, the damage from Edste's crash wasn't that bad. The main thing was that he got moved. So I don't think Edste's car suffered enough that it is going to be a pit lane start. Can you check driver development, staff, and car? I'll take a look at it after stream and report for tomorrow, I think. We can take a quick look at where people are at. I do not need the board at the GP. I will be checking the parts. Nice of you letting us know, David. Appreciate it. I see a lot of complaining in chat right now. A lot of squabbling. And to be fair to Edster, Red Bull did assassinate him. But let's take a look at where we're at right now with components. And I'm pretty sure that Edster is actually pretty much okay, so I wouldn't worry too much. Because as I mentioned, that looked like a pretty soft hit, all things considered. Hey. So, good news for Cosby and Floof. Both of them have been given a fresh engine by the AI. Aspect has been given a fresh engine, and the lowest engine here is actually just below 60%. I have the lowest engine. So most cars have refreshed their engines right now. And I don't actually need to do anything with them. ERSs, on the other hand, there are some that needs replacement. We'll make that happen. The Williams both have below 40%. The Alpine of Fastback after the crash is below 40%. Max is below 40%. Canyon is still good. But Edster's ERS has exploded. And they haven't used the ERS token yet, so he's getting a new ERS. That is just how that one crumbles. Red Bulls are getting new gearboxes. They're both below 40%. Chow Poconaldo is getting a new gearbox. They are both, he's below 40%. Salbers are below 40%. But apart from that, nothing is really happening here. Edster has been given a new gearbox by his team. Probably because the crash was a rear-end crash. He still has engine. Taz still has engine. And with that, we are actually good here. Hi. If he does not get a new ERS, then you are running this race with a 30% gearbox. I told you before the final here was that if anyone has components below 40%, they're getting a fresh one. Yes, and guess what? Edster hasn't used an ERS token. Mazda hasn't used an ERS token. He's changed his engine. He changed his gearbox. That he's used token on. He hasn't used a token on an ERS. I note these things down. If you want to win everything by trying to get every little advantage you can, then just don't participate, because you are way too competitive for this. You're not doing this to have fun. Are you sure I have a new gearbox? Let's check, Tanto. I do believe. Yes, you have a fresh gearbox. You are going to have a fresh ERS. And you have an 85% engine, so you should be good. And with that, we are ready to go to Austria. Couldn't hear my engine parts with what were they? So Ferrari, you have a new engine as yours were below the 40% mark. No, you have a new engine because your AI has given it to you. Straight up. AI has refreshed your engine. I didn't actually have to do anything. Your ERS, as well as your teammate, is 65%. And your gearbox have been replaced as they hit below 40%. We are ready for the race weekend. Everyone that had a right to use tokens to get new parts here have been given them. And if the complaint is that the parts are being changed because they're below 40%, then I will give Red Bull, both Red Bull cars, 25% gearboxes, because that was what you guys were running. Gearboxes that were guaranteed to explode in a sprint weekend. Because that is what Austria is going to be. Sprint weekend with a rainy sprint qualifying, and we're getting rain during the race itself. AFN's kryptonite, changeable conditions have been achieved, as it turns out. Hotel wins the championship.
Welcome.
It better be just straight Inters. Well, it is straight Inters right now, at least. So you're good in that regard. It's not going to remain Inters. And honestly, it's not really Inters right now either. It is going to dry up towards the end. We could see AFN out in sprint qualifying 1 as things currently stand. I don't know if double points will affect the sprint, honestly. I haven't really tried it, so I don't really know. So it's going to be interesting to see. We shall see who qualifies at the top here. I think Petra might have caused problems for one of the drivers here. But it is going to be dry towards the end, so that shouldn't actually be a big deal. As we do also overtake Cosby and just mess with him. As it turns out. Cosby still is pretty good here, though, in 7th. And yeah, the changeable conditions is doing AFN no good here, as it turns out. Max, AFN, Tanto, Junior, and Poconaldo in the danger zone. I think this is just a simple GG's. Well, the qualifying for Austria will be dry, so you should be okay there. Not gonna lie, I really should sleep. What have I done wrong now, Lando? What crime have I committed? I speak only truth. What crime have I committed this time around? Sprint shootout here right now, and no one is actually improving. It is drying up a bit more. We have medium runners. Edster on Inter. Well, Edster has actually left, so that makes sense. But yeah, medium runners right now. Out and about, and we see a 23 first sector. Is this your out lap? I pray it is. It's your in lap, actually. So yeah, Ferrari here not having a good one. Neither does Tanto. What can Junior and Poconaldo do? Turns out medium tire was not the trick here in this qualifying session. And just look at this squabble of cars. Floof, Poconaldo Jr., Tanto, and Ferrari out. And that is a sad Sauber heading to the pit lane. Mike, however, made it through. I think you messed with Cosby's lap. I think so too. But I expected it to be fine as it dried up. And Cosby did end up here in the top 4. He was so scared of me. If you can get it, please do. Qualifying 2, let's go.
Okay, so the green light.
How is this one going to be? This one would have been a lot better for AFN because it's basically going to be a one-shot. But it is going to be the correct tire. So this would have been 10 times better for AFN. Taz, you are choosing danger at the moment, as Petrov needs to set a lap. And what is this? Who are these two jokers? Edster, what are you doing? Mortel and Edster are playing with fire right now. Gonna block everyone else. And then get blocked by everyone on their fast lap. I don't know if that is gonna be a good idea. I don't know if I have the source. Well, Mike, you're gonna have to find the source. Otherwise, we're sending you to Burger King. Okay, so I'm going to have to take control of Petrov here and have him move quick enough that he's not a problem for the rest. Namely, the Mercedes of Taz. Going to be someone that we need to get away from. And not give a tow, if possible. And also try and avoid to create a red flag. If we can. Deploy that ERS. Get out of the way. But currently, Cosby is still looking very, very good here. Bowling is trying to get out. Just barely outside. That's still going to be bad for him. Bowling is out at the moment. Masbeck is out. Baba is out. Edster Mortel has yet to set lap times. What can they do here? Taz moves up to 3rd. Knocking Max out. Mike now, you're in the danger zone. 2 fast cars here. Binner and Mike currently looking over the edge. The question is, are they going to get held up enough that you are going to be safe here? Hotel, held up enough that you are safe. Edster, are you going to be held up enough that Mike is safe? No, you knocked Mike down. Unfortunately for the Sauber crew here. Baba, Motel, Vasbeck, Bowling, Max, and Mike currently in danger. And as I mentioned, it's just going to get wetter and wetter. They need to go again immediately if they want to see an improvement. And Motel has spun. Everyone is trying one more lap here. Taz comes out to just be a problematic one again, as Cosby has a lockup.
Now this was at turn 1. And the car just locks. They took a gamble, and it was just too late.
It's not a floof counter. It's Cosby, not floof. How is this going to go? We're seeing improvements from Master, from Binner, from Bowling. Are those improvements going to be good enough to get out of the danger zone here? Can Mike turn this around? Mike improves, but not enough to get out of the danger zone. What can Bowling do? Improvement in both sectors so far. Gets out of danger just barely. Binner, 2,000s between them. Bowling keeping the Red Bull dream alive, at least during the sprint, by 2,000s of a second. And I think that is game. I don't think Mortel is going to get enough of an improvement here It's just down a couple of tenths in that first sector. We'll have to see, though. Improvement in the middle, but McLaren is in the way. What is final sector going to say? Is Bowling going to get knocked back out? Or did Bowling just barely survive? No, that final hold-up was a little bit too much. And Motel is still out. No, I swear to God, if I change the conditions the whole race, I'm going to be very disappointed. I don't design the conditions, AFN. That is all up to the game. I just ask the game for rain, and the game delivers, basically. Hey, are we going to have a dry shootout here? One... Well, I don't know if this even counts as wet, so...
We should have the green light.
Oh, everyone left the pit lanes at the same time there. That's actually kind of nuts. But yeah, one lap shootout, and look how close we have Bowling and the two Mercedes here. The Mercedes could sacrifice one car to block both Red Bulls if they really, really wanted. I think it showed rain only for quality. It's going to be rain in the main race too, Daniel. I have to, I'm sorry. Who is going to go through as the top car? For this one, we will have to see. Currently, we have Edster and then Bowling with the purple sectors. And then we have someone going to the Shadow Realm. I think that was a Mercedes.
Right, let's have a look now. Around
Deciding they were done with quali.
struggling with the car. Now they did leave it very late.
Has had enough of that one, but that actually did cost Bowling about 5 tenths. Cost Minecraft a couple of seconds. So the Mercedes did sacrifice a car here to give Edstead the best possible start with this sprint. You gotta be joking with me. Bowling and Steve lost so much time trying to get away from Tess, who locked up ahead of them, that the sabotage worked. Edstead starts out with quite a significant advantage then over the other cars, as Tess tries to do an improvement. Edster tries to do an improvement. It's a little bit of rain on the track. If you have good adaptability, you can improve. And look at this. Tess actually improved enough to get ahead of the Red Bulls. The Mercedes are BMing right now. Edster had a spin too.
Things were going smoothly.
Getting all the shenanigans out in quali is a good strategy after all. But yeah, Tess moves up to 5th, ahead of both Red Bulls, after running another run with water on the track and just not caring at all. Cosby somehow is in the top 3. Will he fall like a rock again, though, is going to be the other question. This could be a very interesting sprint. It's not even the main race.
Well, it's a different format.
Please. Why is Cosby P3? I don't know. Sometimes miracles happen. These miracles can't really be explained, so that is basically why.
Here in Austria, we're all ready
Yes,
to
Arcane,
go.
it is the extended UI mod.
And it's lights out, and away we go.
Hard tires for the sprint here. For the majority of the grid. That is an interesting choice, as Cosby jumps up to 2nd on start here. Tess jumps up to 4th. And it is a good start here for Mercedes and for Cosby. Mortel is going to need to put in some work here to get back into contention as it stands. We will retire our vehicles and see how this one goes. I need sleep, but man, I'm sorry, Canavia. We'll try and speed this up a little bit. The shenanigans woke you up. I'm sorry. Standings. Okay. So currently, if this stands as it is, Eds is going to build a 20-point lead. Currently, he's getting 10 points here. So I guess he got 2 for qualifying first in the sprint. I don't think there's double points in the sprint. It's just 2 points for qualifying on pole for the sprint, interestingly enough. That's the only way I can make this make sense. Mercedes with a pretty significant lead here as well. So, right now, Mercedes needs to hold on, and everyone else needs to take them down, as Edster gets a little bit of a gap out front. Why on the hard for a sprint? I don't know. The AI decided that this was the best option for them. We'll have to see if that turns into reality, however. To be fair, I think Cosby could do you a solid here in just holding people up. And we see Pinion getting bullied. Pinion celebrated a fastest lap and immediately got sent to the Shadow Realm. That is very unfortunate for the Aston driver, and now we have a Mercedes 1-2 up front. How does one get into the video games? This looks really fun. We sign up through Discord. That's also where you build your driver, and in this edition we had someone build your team as well. But yeah, it's done through Discord basically, which you are free to join, Arcane. You can find it, link in the description. I think it's the pole points for fastest lap. That would make sense, yes. Oh, the Mercedes bullying each other. That could be bad. Let us see here now. Tess has nabbed fastest lap, and it does seem to be that way, yes. Unless fastest lap is 2 points. Because Edster is only getting 7, so fastest lap seems to be 2 points around here, interestingly enough. But yeah, Mercedes switching back and forth right now. We'll have to see who is the next unlucky soul to get sent to the Shadow Realm in this turn. Someone is going to be very, very unlucky. Penalty for the Ferrari driver. It's incredibly fun as long as you are okay with shrugging off the AI doing some of the most ridiculous things. Yes, that would make sense. The AI does some silly stuff every now and again. Well, not even now and again. Quite often, really. What is happening? Who's spamming my Discord? Spam that later, please. Oh, what happened to Edster? Down to 7 now, while I was getting spammed and distracted. That is not good. Edster now, squished in between the Red Bulls. Wait, Edster died, lol. I know that. There's a lot of cars that has negative 1 DNFs. It's the game just being silly when you look at it. None of us are going back to Maranello. Well, we'll have to see how this one goes. Who else is going to get pushed off? Who else is going to have an incident? It is the floof counter. It is 1-up to 32. And his beloved Alpine just survives with the fear.
By that point, it was just too late.
Cosby now is leading. We have a Ferrari in the lead. This wasn't part of the script. This is not supposed to happen. This is outrageous. As the back up into 50 ahead of both Red Bulls now. Not last, yippee. Well, you're not second last either. Well, for a second you weren't second last. But yeah, Cosby, Ban, and Tez are running away with that at the moment. Singh is trying to catch up. We'll have to see how that works out for him. A sentence Nero never thought he'd say all season. You're not wrong. As Tez now gets shuffled down and picks up damage. Now it's really a fight between Red Bull and Mercedes. Cosby is just elbowing everyone in that corner today to ensure they get something out of this race. I think we saw some instant comment that has that TP immediately said, "You love to see it." Oh, it's the response from the pit wall. Vazbek moves up ahead of Steve. Who is going to be the next victim to getting shoved off and sent to the Shadow Realm? It's going to be Cosby. The Shadow Realmer himself got penalized slightly there for the Shadow Realm shenanigans. Get me out of this DRS train. The train doesn't stop, AFN. The train will be there forever. Okay. Currently, there are some gaps that should make avoiding getting sent to the Shadow Realm a little bit easier. But with how close these three are running, just one mistake could take out all three. Alpine, you're up. Just one small lockup. One small lockup and all of them could be out. It's now a Mercedes sandwich with a Red Bull in the middle. And Alpine has to let us. Red Bull on Red Bull violence. Bowling gets pushed off by Steve and picks up damage here. Bowling gets bullied by their teammate. Where have we seen this one before? And that is a lot of cars running very closely together. Just one slip-up is all I'm asking for. One slip-up is all I'm praying for. And Cosby, with 8 laps remaining, is 3 seconds up the road. This is heresy of the highest order right here. I'd say it's just yelling justice. Like, Suzuka is yelling karma. That is great. It's a Ferrari sandwich. Yes, the entire grid is a Ferrari sandwich at the moment. And I was promised Motel would be improving quite rapidly here, but it seems like they're having a bad time in this sprint. The LB not really built for this track by the looks of it. Vandiver and Singh are reeling in Cosby at the moment. SNS to find self 4th and 5th. Then we have the Red Bull in 6th and 8th. And we have a yellow flag as Motel has picked up damage. Has Floof done the Floof thing?
See what happened there.
That is Floof.
So this was the 4th corner.
That is +1.
Barely any room to maneuver. And the contact
34
cars,
incidents now.
inevitable. Now their confidence will have taken a hit with that. And while all that was happening,
Can we see the current you should drive somewhere? That's all on Discord, basically. If you check the driver applications there, you should be able to find everyone who has submitted for this season. Okay. But yeah, Floof has finally bullied someone. And I'd made a deal with Floof. If he crashed into someone, if he managed to finish this season without crashing into someone, who would be given a 3-point defending next year. He has just crashed into someone. He's not getting a 3-point defending. Honestly, Lando, I'm leaving that one up to you. You and Floof are the ones that are doing the running. You are almost at a marathon already. If you want a slight amount of mercy, you can do it 10 meters every point from Silverstone. I would very much accept that outcome. It's going to be up to you how much you want to punish Floof, basically. Vandiver has taken the lead of the sprint. Cosby is still running second. 4th and 5th for Edson and Taz. And we have a safety car as Bowling has been bowled off the track. Is anyone going to pit under the safety car? Are we going to see pit stops during the sprint? Is anyone going to take the gamble Bowling been pushed wide, picked up underfloor damage by the looks of it. And Singh and Taz are taking the risk. Steve is taking the risk here with barely any laps remaining. And let's face it, these guys are going to come out at the absolute tail end of this train. Singh here, the first one in, is going to already drop down to 10, 11 maybe. That's in fact down to 11. Tess and Steve are down to basically back here. Only Floof and Mortel, who also pitted, being behind them. Can Singh in particular improve back up to the top 3 basically with 4 laps remaining and a safety car? Singh just giving something away from free here to Edster. Justice, Karma, and Noah within the span of like a second for the Mercedes team there when Tess went into the pit lane. Okay, that is hilarious. This looks really cool. Kind of sign up, Mr. Sign Up. Well, this is the 5th season we do, so we're going to do more in the future. Next season is either next weekend or the weekend after that, and I'll announce on Discord when we take applications. So, oh, I thought that we restarted there for a second, but we haven't yet. But yeah, it'll be within the next couple of weeks. How did Bowling crash? Could have been me. So Bowling didn't actually crash. Bowling got pushed wide and picked up underfloor damage and retired due to the damage to the underfloor, basically. How about we decut Floof's defense? Decrease Floof's defense? That would be funny. Maybe. We'll see. I think it's only fair if I talk to Floof about it. Yeah, Lando, honestly, it's up to you guys. You guys are the ones doing the running. I'm not going to force you guys to sign up for anything more than you already have. Discord notifications are turned on, boss. Appreciate that, O'Kane. I generally only poke people when I start streaming and when we do, well, the driver championship. So things should be to a relative minimum, hopefully. Gonna be a one last sprint. Might even end under the safety car, this one. I have just witnessed... I have just arrived to witness the AI screw me. That is actually peak F1 manager, and it is going to end under a safety car here. Van der Ven, congratulations as our sprint winner. Hospi gets second here by mercy of the safety car. Esther gets third, Vasper gets fourth, Pinion fifth, Mike sixth, Max seventh, and the last point here goes to Tanto. Fastest lap currently in hands of Singh, which means no one gets the points for that. Standings then. As it stands, Edster's going to have a 17-point gap, but with double points, basically, Cheryl and Master could even catch him theoretically. It's going to be an interesting final race. The constructors then, Mercedes has an advantage, but in theory, even Alpine could catch them if they have a really, really good race here. That is going to be interesting to see. Is anyone going to get jumped to the line? I wouldn't think so, but the game has been buggy. Let's see if it's even buggier than we expect here. The game actually struggled to register everyone finishing the line there for a second. But yeah, it ended under safety car. Shame for everyone who pitted. Which would be Steve, Taz, Singh, and, well, Floof and Soul Mortel. Wouldn't have a good time anyway, so it didn't really matter to them. That safety car was a blessing.
Hello and welcome to the much anticipated.
I was in points. Why would they pit me? I don't know. They thought it was better to pit. And I do not question the AI's sanity because, well, questioning the AI's sanity is generally just a bad idea. You'll lose your sanity trying to figure out why they're doing stuff.
The green lights now.
Let us see here how qualifying for the main double points race is going to go. Q1 underway as Steve is going to have a potentially a little bit of a bad banker here with us being in the way, so we are going to speed up and just get to the pit lane. Get away from him. Run. Run, Petrov, run. New purple mill sector while we're running away. You love to see it. What can Steve do here? What is the time everyone else will need to beat for the bankers? 137 is basically it. Cosby is already on an improvement. You did shout around if I want to. Can't be calm, it's a sing didn't hurt anyone. Where are you? Better make it up to me. We shall see. And Cosby is already 7/10 up here on Steve. Floof is quicker than Cosby. Breaking news here. Floof has set a good lap time in quali for once. More at 11. Did the Ferrari actually give Floof a good car for once, or is Floof just awakening right now? Was there a hidden Floof for the final race? Who knows? Oh my god, what is this? If Floof makes it out of Q1 like this, that would actually be peak. I'm not gonna lie. Floof is going again. Not improving. We have cars who have yet to set lap times. Floof did not improve on the second run, which is not surprising. That is a pretty strong lap time. What can Mike do here? Up out of the drop zone for now, but far from safe. Both Finian and Binner here yet to set lap times, and there will be one more lap for everyone basically after this. Finian is barely safe at the moment. We have Junior and Binner both setting lap times that could put them in danger. Junior put Pinion down 1. Currently, Steve, Binner, Pocanaldo, Bowling, and Pinion left. Steve has actually not done any more laps, I believe. No, did get held up again. Currently on an in-lap. No, not get held up again. On an in-lap from last time they were out. They've just done that one run. Taz and Floof have both done 2 runs. Ferrari has done 2 runs here. Are they keeping Steve in the pits again, like they did before? Are they going to make Steve angry again? Oh, finally out. The AI can be a little bit trolly, I'm not going to lie. But finally out of that pit lane. Sector times. Baba has improved. Van der Veer, sprint winner, up to 13th. It might not be good enough, though. We'll have to wait and see. What can Mike do here? Mike is very close to danger zone. Both of the Red Bulls here need a good lap time. And they improve. What can Bowling do here to get out of the drop zone? Should have a fairly clear track ahead. Can't blame anyone but themselves if they can't get this done. Improvement in the first sector. Second sector. Car in the way. Gets out of the way nicely there, the Alpine. Steve, also improvement in the first sector. Binner, improvement in the first sector. Mike, very similar improvements in the first sector. Up to 12th now. Is Bowling gonna do it? Up to 3rd. Still unable to beat the Floof. What can Steve do here? 1 corner remaining. Is Red Bull going to avoid the drop zone? They do, in fact, avoid the drop zone. Binner, are you going to knock out the Williams? Just barely knocks out the Williams here. Once again, just 200s in it, basically. And Poconaldo, Pinion, Junior, who is on a lap, but not improving. Too many cars in the way. And as well as Singh here, are out in Q1. Binner, barely surviving and knocking out their teammate and sprint winner. And Floof, somehow, the fastest in quali. With a penalty. Did the AI give Floof new components? Did the AI give Floof more components is what I'm thinking here. Because Floof has had a couple of crashes. Oh my god. Just do we... The question now, Lando, is do we count this as a Floof incident? I vote yes. Because this is definitely a Floof incident. Did he get a penalty from sprint? I don't think he did, is the thing. I didn't notice it, and he did. Oh, absolutely. Okay, +1 to the Floof counter. Let's go. It is now up to 35, as you can see in the top left corner. Honestly, I should probably move it just in the middle of the screen so everyone can see it. But yeah, 35 now for the Floof. That is insane. We can check if he's on a new part. We'll just do one lap here. And once he finishes his lap, we'll figure out what has happened here. Because Floof was suddenly quick. And he suddenly has a penalty. Floof might have unlocked the hidden Ferrari tech. The forbidden Ferrari tech, if you will. Might be in the hand of the Floofster. We'll have to wait and see. Banker laps coming in now. I need Petrov to speed up here just so they can get out of the way of Motel. Gave them a little bit of a tow there, but that's fine. Motel and Master, their cars to beat here. 3.4 and 3.6. Santo, 3 seconds down the road. Cosby, faster than the RBs. Ferrari, not faster than the RBs. What can Vanspec do here on the banker? The game has it printed out. Floof is green, but they should be. It's his first lap. What kind of dark magic has Floof unlocked here? Clearly it wasn't dark enough. He's now 7th. But yeah, the question was... Oh! There's more cards with penalties. Shaolin Master here too has a penalty. Is the AI going all out? Lap history here, Floof. They must have given him a new ERS. I don't actually know why Floof has a penalty. But it must be a new ERS. That's the only way that makes sense. But Cosby doesn't have a penalty, so it doesn't make sense. It does not make sense, everyone. Why does Shao have a penalty? I don't know. I think the AI has given everyone fresh parts. Because I did not give everyone fresh parts. I just update those that were below 40%. AI does have spare parts though for most of you guys, so it wouldn't surprise me if they've changed it between Sprint and this quality and somehow messed it up for Shaolin and Floof. That would be peak AI. Steve now on an improvement run. Is this going to be Floof's Q3 appearance in the final race of the season? We'll have to see. Of course, it's only Shaolin and Floof with penalties. Steve should be safely through with that lap time. Same with Mike here. Taz. What can Edster do? The current leader. We need both we need both Mercedes, both Red Bulls through to have a fun fight here. Edster put it to provisional pole. Out of bowling. How is this gonna turn out for everyone involved? Anto now. Final car. Might actually be on his final run, and there is a McLaren up ahead. Oh, that... Pedro is begging that McLaren to be that quick in actual race spec. As we see Sauber now, final run. These Mercedes are illegal? Are they? I think they're fine. Still slowed you down. Yeah, you're not wrong. That McLaren tried to dodge out of the way there. Ferrari up to second. Sauber's strong. Test now is in a little bit of danger. Floof, Massa, Tanto, Portel, Max, Cosby, and potentially Binner and Tassia. They're ones currently looking to be in danger as things stand in this final round of Q2. Binner already on a fast lap. Master with not a perfect run here. Similar to Binner though. And Binner is improving. Master up to 9th. Binner knocks Tess to the drop zone right now. Hotel is improving. Max is on a fast lap but not improving from their first sector. Time was lost in second and third, however, so we could still see them go through. Yellow flag as Steve has picked up some damage. And the Ferrari's involved in this one. It is Floof. It is Floof with the sabotage on Steve here. It's a lockup. Floof sends a light torpedo the way of Steve. Floof might have just knocked Steve out of qualifying with that hit. We will have to see if Motel and Max here actually improve enough to push him down, first and foremost. But that could be a major move from Floof. Motel improves. Max improves. Past Steve here, that's the important part, by 2,200ths of a second. Binner is 2,000ths of a second ahead. Floof should be getting penalized for that one. He gets away with it. That's insane. Master and Tanto as well as Floof here is out. Cosby, I think, just barely got a lap started. Tess and Cosby right now are the ones that could potentially be knocking Steve out in Q2 after Floof pulled the assassination of a lifetime. Cosby will have a clear track going to the line. Tess did have a little bit of traffic, and that was enough to keep Steve safe, actually. As Cosby now is going to the line, knocks Baba down, but Steve survives just barely, and I think that is actually a blessing. Tie. At least he doesn't get too angry. And Floof moves on like nothing happened. Unfortunately for Mercedes, I don't think that really helped them. As we see Tess out in Q2. Steve survives. Edster has shown his quick, however. And he's going to need that for the final qualifying session here. Let me steal the pole position points.
Okay, so the green light is now.
Edster and Steve, both of them go out first here. Who is going to be the blocker? Bowling. Is Bowling going to block Edster or Steve is the big question here. Is the Red Bull going to be blocked by a Red Bull, or is the Red Bull actually going to be able to block a Mercedes now? Into turn 4. Gets out of the way. What about Steve here? Steve gonna get blocked. Edster. Sector 1 advantage. What about Sector 2? Still holds advantage. They get blocked a little bit by their teammate. Edster. 102 is the time to beat here. 3/10 off for Steve. What can Mike do? 2/10 down already, and Edster sets a really, really strong opening time here. 4/10 off, very similar to Mike here. What can Bowling do? Mercedes are a big problem? True. They did, however, get cursed after, you know, being with Flu for a while. Bowling moves up to second, ahead of their teammate. Binner now is out and about, but what we are going to be curious about is going to be the final laps here, and it is getting late, even if it is very exciting. Binner, unfortunately not quick enough for this one. Cosby now, as well as Ferrari on fast laps. Cosby actually quicker than the Sauber. Max with a purple first sector. Are we going to see pole position nabbed? Cosby up to 6th, Ferrari up to 5th, and 2 purples for the Aston. But it's not enough. The third sector lets him down, and he's 500ths of pole. That was a very, very good attempt. Just needed to hook it up a little bit better in that final sector. Mortel moves up to 3rd, and we now have Edster and Binner out for what is going to be their final laps here. Can Edster improve on that massive first lap? Sector 1. The jury says, what exactly? Identical to the first run at 16.5. Improvement in the second sector. Is Edster actually about to improve his time here? It could happen. And Edster does, in fact, improve the lap time by about half a tenth. That's going to make it a little bit more challenging for the other cars trying to beat him here. Making a statement, as it was. Yellow flag, yellow flag. Who has caused a problem? It is Mike.
Things were all right here.
Mike heard Edster's lap time and got completely bamboozled
Once it started,
and spun out. Ferrari now, improving. Cosby with a purple first sector. What have they done to the Ferraris around this place? Can Cosby do it in the second and third sectors, however? Are we going to see a Ferrari pole? Steve here now with a purple middle sector. Cosby is still keeping it there. 28-1, very similar to what Edster did. Ferrari goes to second. Steve goes to pole. Cosby couldn't do it in third sector. We've seen this before. Mortel, purple first sector. Probably the only one right now who can take Steve off his throne. Purple middle sector. Do you have enough left in the tank to go full send in the final sector? That's where everyone has been losing out. It's enough. Mortel takes pole here for the final race in Austria. Steve gets second. That's the third. Ferrari fourth. Cosby in a very honorable 5th here. Never expected Ferrari to go that high. Max in 6th, Bowling 7th. We have Mike in 8th, and then Binner in 9th here. Those are the final starting standings after Q3. The difference here is pretty close, all things considered. But the Red Bulls did have a couple of tenths on the Mercedes here. Hi Nero, should I do research for a new season with the same sliders? Do you recommend in the design? That should be okay. Yes, if I had more top speed, I would have been first. Standings right now. Okay, so standings. Before we start the final race of the season, Edster has a 17-point gap over Steve. Steve has -1 DNFs, and let's be honest, a lot of cars do have that. It's basically a bug. Ferrari Lover, Harman Singh, both have a good chance of winning. And in theory, even Charlene Master could win here. Now, because Edster and Minecraft are starting so close to each other, we could see them come together on the first lap. They could take each other out. And Mercedes does have a 30-point lead on both the Bull teams. And again, theoretically here, even Alpine could take the title if things go their way. We'll have to see how this one goes.
Here among the mountains and
What is your question, Lando? Flip out his luscious curls on the graphic next season. If the curls arrive before the funny, then yes. Oh, this could spice things up. I forgot it's raining, and it is gonna be a light rain for virtually the entire race here. Those first pit stops can be vital to deciding who goes where, and it's expected us to stay on the soft tires for about 17 to 20 laps, basically. That could be hugely decisive for who ends up where. Oh no, I hate that. Where am I starting? I'm a little bit unsure opinion. We'll take a look once the race actually begins. I'm sorry. I hate that weather. Quiet Lando. But yeah, we'll see how this one actually goes. But with that said, we are ready to start. Final double points race of the season here.
well then,
Pain incarnate has
the
begun.
crowd are ready, the cars are ready. It's the Austrian Grand Prix.
Medium tires here for most cars by the looks of it.
It's lights out and away we go.
Lights out, away we go. Mortel gets a good one. Edster gets the better of Steve. Osby might even get the better of Steve because we just realized he has a brake and brakes 3 years earlier than he needs to. But yeah, first corner, Mortel, Edster, Steve, Ferrari, Cosby, Bowling, Max, Binner, Mike, Taz, Abba, Vasbeck, Van, and Pinion. I find you in 15th at the moment. But yeah, we'll have to see how this race is going to develop. And we do find Floof all the way to the back here. Just snail pacing along next to Poconaldo. Who is going to get sent to the Shadow Realm first? That is going to be the big question. Who is going to have the first incident? Standings after start. If everyone stay where they currently are, Edster is our champion. Mortel is going to jump up to second. And Minecraft is, well, going to retain basically the gap they had to begin with. But Mortel, the winner here, is going to be deciding a lot, particularly if Edster does not end up on the podium. Mercedes is looking primed to take the title of constructor as well. I have to pray Edster gets sent to the Shadow Realm. The thing is, if Edster needs to get sent to Shadow Realm, so does Steve. And honestly, you might be the one to send Steve to the Shadow Realm. As things stand. And we have a virtual safety car, as Mortel has sent himself to the Shadow Realm. The race leader that did so well in quali within the first couple of laps here has crashed out.
Now this was on the straight. And that's the moment the car plows into the wall.
Just
But no matter the
gets
severity
sent to the
of
Shadow
crash,
Realm, straight up.
it's always good to
Directly to the wall. No questions asked. And with that, I'd say is definitely our champion as things stand. Edson needs to be toppled out of the podium for anyone else to have an opportunity. And right now, with that crash, he is now undisputedly in the lead. And with a pretty significant margin too, down to Steve and Ferrari. Dear God, I pray you don't send Edson to the Shadow Realm. Damn. I can't have Edson be the world champion of those channels back in F2. Paid actor? Mike believes Mortel was a paid actor here. As things played out. We shall see. Virtual safety car is ending. Green flag conditions. The rain is now arriving in 3 minutes, which means that the pit lane mayhem could ruin everyone. And let's be honest here. The rain arriving in 3 minutes is terrible news because we have a safety car deployed. Floof has Floof for the final time, I think, this season.
And here we've got a yellow flag.
And of course, he did it to a McLaren.
And clearly then, not what everyone in the garage would have wanted to see.
I don't know if Floof survived, though, because he might have. No, Floof is out. He has indeed Floof for loss. It's a red flag. The pit mayhem is cancelled. Floof just cancelled the pit mayhem. This man ruined a fun time. Floof just ruined my fun time. How dare you, Floof? But yeah, with that, the Floof counter has reached its end here. We ended up at a good... Oh, I almost moved the wrong thing. I need the counter. Thank you, game. Thank you, OBS. 37. We need to get Floof in the picture like so. 37 is the number that we ended up on here with Floof. 37 incidents in total. 37 kilometers for Lando and Floof to run. With an addition, depending on how many points Floof didn't score, which was all of them. Floof doesn't have a single point to his name. With arguably the best pace stats with the exception of accuracy. So, children, today we've learned that it doesn't matter if you are very quick if you can't run in a straight line. But yeah, that is it, unfortunately, for the Floof counter. Oh, never mind, it returned. Let's see how the conditions are after this red flag. And we get another final view. I do feel bad about Floof taking out the McLaren, though. I'm going to have to be honest. It is damp. 0.63 millimeters. This is what the Saubers fear. What AFN has nightmares about. Because the red flag only lasts for 10 minutes here. Oh no, wrong tire, here I go. That is also a question. How many of the AI is going to go for a dry tire? And how many of the AI is going to go for a correct tire? Pray to your gods. But we are restarting. Who is going to make the correct choice? Who is going to be on the wrong tires here? I think I see Inter for virtually everyone. Edster with a terrible launch off the line. Steve here could get the overtake done immediately as things stand, but Edster manages to hold on. Ferrari holds on, and that's a penalty for Floof, so the counter goes up once more to 38. That counts as a separate incident. And Ferrari here might actually launch an attack on Steve as things stand. But it is as it is. Cosby, 4th, gets knocked down to 5th by Bowling. Max in 6th, Tens in 7th. Finner 8th, Mike in 9th, and Vasbeck finishes off the points there. It's going to get slightly more rainy over the next 15 laps, but you are not going to enjoy any part of this race, AFN, as we have a yellow flag. Pinion with a lockup.
Here we've got the Aston Martin. Things are okay at this stage.
Bro, this is not good. We could have had a second red flag there. The V-Carb just barely surviving. Barely being the key word. And with Pinion having one lockup, odds are Pinion is going to have a second lockup. This game's AI is trash. Pinion has finally learned the truth about the AI of this game. Luckily, as you get close to 1 millimeter here, AFN, you will be okay. And as you are capable of holding on right now, you should be fine for the time being. Yeah, I think we all agree with Pinion's statement that the AI in this game is questionable, to say it light. I think below 0.5 is where I die. That would be true, yes. Any pit stop next, or is it just over? In theory, all of you can go till the end on these inters, if you manage them well. And that's where the keyword comes in, if you manage them well. And let's face it, if there's a safety car, there's going to be pit stops, as Bowling there bullets their way up into the top 3. And with that, I think Red Bull is Constructors Champions. They are, if they can keep this up. Aston might take the drivers as it stands. He just needs second compared to Steve. But if the Red Bull finish first and third, that is the Constructors going their way. Tess needs to get up to 6th to snatch it away from them if this is how things end. And Aston does have the fast lap points here. Not happening is what Tess says. When presented with the needs of their team. Nah, that ain't happening. So Edstead just takes the lead instead. Besides that is the only way they're getting this done. But yeah, with Edstead winning, that is actually all Mercedes needs. So Edstead could finish this on their own, but every time they go into that 4th corner, someone will be feeling scared and terrified. Because all that is needed here to end the dream is just one Shadow Realm. We see Ferrari having a really, really bad time here with the changing conditions. There's nothing I can do to help you, AFN. Your driver just can't handle a slight dampness. It needs to be proper wet for him to actually function. AFN is not having the good time of his life right now, unfortunately, because of the wet weather. Guys, if I take a long break, it will be because I'm in a hospital tomorrow due to the legs being disappeared. Fastback now up into 9th, and Ferrari is in danger of falling out of the points as things stand. Getting close now to actual damp conditions. It is still technically dry. As long as it's technically dry. Ferrari is just like, nah, I don't want to drive, man. Adster breaking away right now. Couple of seconds down to Minecraft. Hello, oh baby. Hey, Nero. First time joining your live stream. Just want to thank you for all the tips and tricks. I was able to bring my Ferrari to championship first year. You're very welcome. I am glad that the tips and tricks helped you. Nice to hear that you took Ferrari to the championship win with them. Thank you for watching the videos in the first place. Please be damp is what AFN is praying as it starts going down again. AFN worst fears are coming to life here in Austria. It is getting drier again. It's not getting damp. Need a safety car red flag. We are getting a safety car red flag. Yeah, I can almost guarantee it. Rain, hurry up. We're down to 80 now. Ferrari is losing the will to live with every drop of water that is drying off this track. Light rain could be his kryptonite, as it turns out. And Cosby is still holding on to 4th. We could see a surprise resulting from Ferrari. And Red Bulls are still playing with fire here, as they are running basically side by side. Dear God, from Canevia. This is genuinely the most unlucky ever. Why was it a 10-minute red flag? AFN is doing a 0 to 0. That is very unfortunate for him, yes. Very unfortunate. The game is teasing us. In what way, Canevia? What's going on? Literally just over. You gambled hard on the hydrophobe, and the hydrophobe said no. Bad gamble. Bad AFN. We could see anyone crash. You guys are still basically one big DRS train. It just needs one lockup, and then we have cars into this again. The question is going to be, are we going to see a, violence in the corner here? As Tess moves up to 4th suddenly. The Mercedes driver is waking up, deciding that no, we're not letting Esther do this alone. Get a win and you can leave Ferrari. Yeah, it's going to be basically in the area the entire race, I think. And that's going to be a bad thing for AFN. You should have done what you want me to do. I don't know. There's nothing for you to do, AFN. Choose better next time is the only advice I can give. I had to choose one negative and I chose the worst one. That is actually kind of how Hydrophobe is. It's brilliant when it doesn't rain. The second rain gets involved, you just turn into a GP3 driver. Sleeper agent test. Well, this race could be decided by a crash. This race could be decided on team violence. This race can be decided by nothing happening at all. We'll have to wait and see. Right now, Red Bull and also the Mercedes are in the driver's seat. And Tess right now, moving up to third. Esther down to second. But as long as Steve is down in fourth here, that is enough for them. Bowling is the one that needs to win. Steve is. And for Mercedes, as long as they are basically scoring on par with the Red Bull team like they are now, they'll be very, very happy. The only thing they need to do is keep themselves on track. And right now, Max is also getting involved in this. And Max has had some pretty bad luck over the year. He could be the catalyst to take someone out. Or cause even more mayhem as he tries to get around the outside of Steve. Steve now under pressure from Max. And Max bullies Steve to get by. Steve down to fifth now. And Mike... Oh, there we go! The incident, the red flag has appeared here as Steve and Max has crashed. And that could be the championship decided right there. And as I mentioned, Max has had a pretty not great season. This was coming a long way away. And unfortunately, it is Steve, the championship contender, that ends up being the victim in this situation. And with that, we are having another red flag, 20 minutes this time. It is still not going to be AFN weather when we get back underway with 0.75 millimeters on tracks. I think you're celebrating a little bit too early. But yeah, that is unfortunate for Red Bull. And right now, we're going to need another hero to step up and remove the Mercedes drivers to spice this one up even further. You are so not back. That was my corner, is what Max says. And honestly, I think you might be right. I think it was the Red Bull locking up a bit. Bowling here. Not the best start. Tess might get ahead. Oh, Bowling gets pushed wide. And Minecraft does get penalized for that. It was Minecraft taking Max out, is what the stewards has decided. Sorry, Max out, yeah. And we have now a 1-2 for Mercedes here. As Bowling got pushed down to 8 by getting pushed wide. Everything unraveling right now for the Red Bull gang. Mike now suddenly finds himself in a podium position, but we still have 2/3 of the race to go. Anyone could still be taken out. Mike, you're in a demon speaking. I need you to lock up and 2-tap the Mercedeses to spice things up even more. Oh. Mike right now going after Edster. Edster just needs to survive this race now to get the constructor title. Honestly should play it safe, but immediately takes that place back. Is that a place where you want to take that place back, though? Playing it dangerously right now. As Mike is hunting both the Mercedes drivers. Take it home, please, is all that the Mercedes TV is begging their drivers. Stop summoning crashes. As Tess goes wide. Tess goes wide, and Master now, and Cosby getting involved. And that looked like a crash to me, Cosby. It is getting spicy here. Mike now with the lead ahead of Edster. Master getting involved, Cosby getting involved, and now we have Poconaldo and Vaspek also getting involved from further back. Anyone could still crash out. Anything could still happen. Pinion on the recovery so far. Very good indeed. As Tess now is trying to get away from Cosby. The Ferrari unlucky magnets, if you will. DRS is still very much a thing. Because we're still technically in dry conditions. So getting away from anyone is really, really difficult. And if you get pushed wide just a couple of times, that could be enough to end your race. Cosby now falling backwards. Excuse me. Look, it might get a 2-for-1. Mercedes pushed wide. Edster getting bullied. Poconaldo now moving up into a podium position with the Alpine. Remember, the Alpines can still theoretically win. It might require them to do a little bit of assassination, but it could still happen. Caneve is worried. Standings, as we see Edster. Yellow flag. Spun.
We've got a yellow flag here.
Edster has spun out.
Look at the Mercedes. Oh no.
Everything is going bad for everyone in this final race of the season. Just a helpless passenger indeed. Yeah, sorry, Lando. That noise was me summoning my inner demon to make that happen. And so that was very unfortunate. But yes, you have now spun out. And the standings, you are still in the lead. As we see another yellow flag. Oh, you had a secondary incident. My bad.
Oh, and they need to be watching those track limits.
Could be penalized for track limits. That's it. Did you hear that? But yeah, as things currently stand, you're still safe. Master needs a win here to take this away from you. Mike does not have enough of a pull to take this away from you. Steve is out, no longer in the picture. Poco also does not have enough pull to take this away from you. It's going to be either Tess or Shell and Master of the ones that are currently in the points. Although, Hater of Water could also take it away from you, but they just aren't close enough. Sing, Mortel, can't, knocked out. So as you can imagine, you are still fairly safe to negatives right now. But Salbert could take this away from Mercedes if, of course, the hydrophobe manages to pull himself together. And that's going to be potentially happening, and then it's going to be unraveling. We'll have to see how that actually is going to play out. But right now, Tess down to 5th, and we could have more incidents in this rainy weather. Bad things could be coming here. Bowling might live up to their name again and take out a Mercedes. As long as Shaolin doesn't win, I am happy. Mike, change my mind. Win this. That way I'm more likely to win. Where you at, AFN? I can't tell you from there. Yeah, AFN is not enjoying himself right now. Down to 14th at the moment. Don't you dare, Nero. Your only hope, Tessa. If you crash, everything will be lost. I wouldn't dare to make that happen. The commentator's curse does not get invoked that easily. There's a reason why I called my team the commentator's curse. You all know it. I'm very good at jinxing whoever I'm looking at. And right now, I'm looking at the Shaolin Master, hunting down the win here to take the title away from Edster. Is it gonna happen? Master, ahead of Mike. Can Master now run away? Or is Mike going to be able to keep up? With DRS, Mike should be able to stay with Master here. And I was asked to not look what Cosby's up to. Because Cosby is very, very close to Red Bull right now. And we are going into Crash Corner. Is Cosby going to crash the corner? No, Cosby is okay for this one. Looks like we are all very much fine as Tess has found their way back onto podium position. What can Poconaldo do here? DRS is still very much alive. Well, Mr. Edson, now you come for my help. What happened to Master? Why? Master now has lost Mike. Did Mike send Shadow Realm? Mike pulled a Shadow Realm, giving Tess second place here. That is nuts. And right now, Poconaldo even is going to go past Master here. Cosby is getting into it 3 wide again. Not a good strategy generally, I would say. But yeah, Mike here wants this win for Sauber, but for them to take the title, they're gonna need a little bit of help from the man who's so afraid of water that he forgets how to drive. Master from P17, do it to him, show him you're the champion. Master can single-handedly win everything. Wiki bump clean 3 wide. By the way, AFN, ciao. As Poconaldo goes up to second, and Tez almost goes into a Shadow Realm there. That was close. Could we see a Ferrari surprise win here? With a little bit of help from the Shadow Realm, perhaps. What are we gonna see here? AFN is soon gonna get activated. It's 99 millimeters. It's damp. It's finally damp. AFN is finally a happy camper. Finally, they can unleash a little bit of pace here. We'll have to see if it's gonna be enough though to make their way back up into the points. And for Mike, it's just holding on. DRS is no longer available. It's gonna remain that way for the next 15 or so laps before it starts drying up again. And we'll have to see if anyone is going to bin it within this time period. I'm going to be a goat for 20 laps. Well, currently, goat, you are dead last. I think you've got Shadow Realm with a 114. So, current standings here. If things remain as they are, you are still the champion. Could still get beaten by Taz if Taz takes the win here. Constructors is still firmly in Mercedes' hands. The only one who can snatch it away right now is going to be Sauber. Racing Bulls could do it if Master wins. So Master could still snatch both titles out of the hands of Mercedes here. So this isn't over until you avoid crashing till the final lap. We already seen Edsters enter the Shadow Realm. Are we going to see that happen for the other Mercedes? I love AFN's duality in chat. I'm going to be the GOAT for the next 20 laps. AFN, you just sent Tanto, you just sent me to the Shadow Realm. I love that we've coined this corner just a Shadow Realm. I'm sorry for laughing so much, but it's actually hilarious to me that this is now the Shadow Realm. If there's a safety car, you win. Will you, though? Because, let's be honest here, it's going to dry up towards the end. Did you forget? Master has a mechanical fault somehow. That is not what they needed. What have they done to your car, Master? You had a penalty, even. Yeah, you have 90 plus components. 94% ERS decided that, nah, I'm done. I don't want this championship. Master has had enough. His car has had enough. 94% damage to the ERS is pretty nuts. I'm laughing way too hard while watching this mess. Yes, that's me too. And that's why I love this, because it creates such fun moments as long as everyone is willing to accept that the AI sucks. We can't make everything 100% fair. And even then, it is still a lot of fun to watch. We try as much as we can, and the Master's fault has been fixed there. Test just bullying their way past the Alpine. Is there going to be some Shadow Realming as a punishment for that? No. Survives. The Poconello does get second place back. And the more these three squabble, the more Mike is just celebrating out front. 6 seconds now down to Poconaldo. The Sauber might not get a championship title with this win, but they are going to sabotage others from getting that title. 30 laps to go here. Hess is going to launch another assault here on Poconaldo. Is it going to be enough to take the place? Shame Floof used his crash early. I love you all make it sound like Floof had like a secret card, like crash change. Come on, man, please, safety car. Yeah, you are not having a good time down here, Ferrari. You qualified well. Unfortunately, the weather was not on your side. Cosby, please crash. Well, Cosby just overtook Masters. I don't think you're getting that one. Cosby wants to score some points here for the Ferrari crew. All my threats to Edster, and now I'm just a puppet helping them. Well, Mike, you might win a race here. Wouldn't that make you happy at least? Your services are appreciated. Well, right now, Poconaldo is actually reeling in Mike a little bit. And could we see the Alpines snatch it here from Sauber? Because Vanspec, I believe, is not as hydrophobic as Ferrari. And let's face it, everyone is still pretty close to each other. Well, except for these two. There's 21 seconds to second. Well, there's 16 seconds to second place. Anything can still happen here. I know, I never want to be in your team again. Hey, fan, you aren't in Lando's team, though. Lando is in charge of Ferrari. Oh. How does next season in Alpine sound? Oh my god. I love that everyone's just threatening each other to like put them in different teams at the moment. It's amazing. Nero, do I even attempt to rehabilitate Floof next season? Last time you tried to rehabilitate the Floof, it cost Mercedes 2 seasons of just finishing basically dead last. Are you saying that you're willing to take that risk in Mitsuki again? Floof is a cursed entity in these games, you know it. I might make next season with drivers that you don't know the names of, basically. Like, I might go with the idea of just combining pace stats to somewhat average. And just make it... You don't know who you're bidding for type deal. We will see. But right now, it is getting close to the end. There are 23 laps remaining. I think everyone is staying on the same tires till the end, unless something happens. But here is AFN's biggest fear. The drop-off. A slight decrease in the water level, as it were. But that might open up for DRS again. And that is going to have people go pretty aggressive here, let's be honest. I am willing to try the Floof rehabilitation program. That is wild. It could still be done. I could still point. Yellow flag. We see a Williams in the dirt.
It was the Williams driver we see there.
Van der Ven.
And then the car just goes. And there's not much they can do about
Actually, should be happy he didn't hit the wall there. I'm gonna have to be honest. Also happy he didn't hit the hit Ferrari. I'm gonna have to be honest. But that moves Edster even closer to points here. Pinion now is going to be the next target for the current leader of the championship. While Master is squabbling with Bowling for 5th. Master is going to need a podium here at the very least to even get close to being a danger. Thank God. Thank God. Cornelia just begging the second a yellow flag popped up. Are we going to see Bowling bowl Master? Remember, last race, last season, Master did bowl down a championship contender. Are we going to see it happening again? Are we going to see that spectacle happen again here? You know what to do, Bowling. Cosby might even secure a podium here. The Ferrari actually is thriving in the wet weather, as it turns out. Right now, Bowling versus Master is really the only battle going on track. We have Pinion and Edster as well as Singh here, but they are being a little bit more civil about it than these two are, as they are squabbling again, and one of them, Master, might find themselves in the Shadow Realm on this one. No, mercy be given from the Red Bull driver on this occasion. Is Pinion going to send Edster to Shadow Realm, though? That is going to be my second question. Track condition has changed to dry. I can hear the screams, even from this camera angle. From this man. I can hear the screams of anguish and sorrow penetrating the sky. I hear Cosby's seat is full of water. That would make sense. It is a boat. Pinion now bullies Edster out of the way. DRS is a thing at the moment. Aston, that's living dangerously right there. Master versus Bowling. This is where things get dangerous with DRS and low grip. Into that first corner. Is it going to be Edster? It's going to be Singh. Who is going to play it a little bit too risky here? Edster up in the points. Is Pinion coming back at him? Not into this corner. Probably the next. Bowling Master have now caught up to Cosby. My voice is dying with every word I speak. But it's worth it. It is so worth it here. This is what Sauber does to a man. Well, Sauber is currently winning. Unfortunately, the second Sauber is not winning as much. Bowling now. Is it the Ferrari's hopes going to get dashed here? No. Survives. Somehow. Still alive here. As Singh gets past Edster and Pinion is down to 12th. 15 laps, anything can happen. It's not like anyone needs to crash. Pray Cosby doesn't get within the RS range. Eight races in Monaco with light rain. I think like Thai AFN would probably murder me in this scenario. Singh and Edster are switching back and forth. Singh is not giving it up though. 15 laps to go. Thai should survive. I AFN would love that. Yeah, AFN is really loving the weather right now. The only reason I lost is because of adaptability. Well, that might be true, AFN, but you have learned a valuable lesson. A valuable lesson for how to build your driver next time around. Edster up to 9th. Fastback 10th. Indian and Singh are still squabbling. Binner might become a part of this. Baba has somehow remained in 8th. I didn't even realize the McLarens are in the points again. And the Williams does in fact get pushed wide. I've seen this before. Oh, that was dangerous for Cosby. One touch on the rear, then out you go. To the Shadow Realm. What is going to happen? Everyone is just following, taking it very chill, very safe right now. There is, honestly, sense of peace right here, because if Taz messes up, that's the end for Mercedes. Are we going to see a bin like the V-Cup did? No, Mercedes is safe for now. Bowling gets pushed wide, and Cosby has found a little bit of freedom, but also getting very close to Tassia. Could be within DRS very, very soon, but it is getting wetter, and we are going to have a little bit of a wet period here before it dries up towards the end of the race. A safety car here could have massive implications with that dry period towards the end. Have we removed that? The reason you lost the FN? Nero Impossible Challenge. TP for Alpine Renault with Floof as driver 1. Like this Floof? Or can I pick a different Floof? Cosby has caught Taz. It is damp. And Cosby is on the podium now. No more DRS. Timed that to absolute perfection, did the Ferrari driver. Didn't expect that. No one expected that. A Ferrari master plan. But Tassia is not giving up. Uses battery to try and keep up and get that place back. If he had top speed, we could have been competitive. I say you're pretty competitive, Mike, if you're winning this race. At least here in Austria. I've never been so happy even if my drivers aren't winning. Dear racing gods, bless us with drama, deliver us from dullness. May the red flags wave like banners of unpredictability. Spice up their strategy, twist the fate of the frontrunners, and give us a race to remember, full of miracles. Oh man. Daniel here, begging for the spice. Baba now, up to 7, but Binner next to him. As long as there is squabbling, there could be safety. What about Edster? Still running in 10th here. S is not giving up on Cosby. 7 laps to go. And right now, while the gaps are getting bigger, anything can still happen. Binner, it's your turn to bin it. Pinion needs to steal that last point of Edster, let's be honest. It's double points after all. And they are getting closer. Going into that final Shadow Ram corner. Not this time though. It is going to get dry towards the end here. There is going to be a couple laps of DRS. I'm going to have to be honest. This could end under a safety car. If someone doesn't play their cards right. As there is only 6 laps remaining, Canevia, we will take a look at the standings at the end. Keep you all in a little bit of suspense. Just a tiny bit. As we are getting dry weather in 2 minutes. If Master can stay with Tess here, Master could create some trouble for the Mercedes car, and Edster is all over the Alpine trying to get by. Gets the move done by shoving them wide, and Pinion takes advantage. Vasbeck down to 12th, with that, let's say, rude move from Mazda right there. That was not very nice. The Verstappen way. I'm praying for a red flag. Now we're in danger of punctures. I don't think it's going to dry up that much, but in theory, yes. If it dries up super quickly, punctures could happen. What is happening? Why are so many cars out? Well, I retired my 2 cars. Mortel crashed on his own. Junior and Floof crashed into each other. And Minecraft and Max also crashed into each other. So, it's honestly just 3 incidents that took out 5 cars. It's drying up. It is drying up. AFN, raise your flag because it's drying up. This has probably been the worst calendar track on the calendar for the low adaptability guys. And right now, Tess is getting away from Master. Gaps are forming. There's really only 2 real potentials here for a red flag. It's Binner versus Baba. It is Pinion versus Edster. And DRS is now live again. Go on, Pinion. You know you want to go down in the history books for taking out a champion. Three laps to go. Stop teasing a Pinion and do it already. Well, Pinion does get the overtake done, pulling Esther a little bit off track. But Master, the one true dive bomber, has the arrest to Tess. The main source of Mercedes points in this race. Tess needs a good finish in these last couple of laps. This is going to be the fight to watch here. As Master goes up the inside. And with that, gets the arrest to Cosby. Ferrari now in trouble. And Pinion is holding on to that final point here. Could try and go for more. As the almost gets sent to the shadow run right there. Final lap is underway. Mike is leading in the Sauber. Has not really been given much airtime. Has just been so far ahead of everyone else. And we are down to 0.51 millimeters right now. And Ferrari is not liking that. Not one bit. Are we going to see an incident on the final lap to decide the championship? Earlier incidents might very well have decided it in Esther's favors. Are we going to have an incident to take it away? We will have to see here as they are running very close to each other. And Master does get bullied. Master gets absolutely shafted down to 5th there. And that is a lot of time lost. Nearly 5 seconds. Master giving up a little bit here. Is Tess going to bully Cosby here? Tess bullies Cosby, going for a podium on the final lap of the race. Can Cosby get this back? The Ferrari driver has tried so hard. But it might not be enough. Binner also is fighting right now. With Baba. Mike wins the race, but who is going to come ahead here? William or McLaren? And Cosby just couldn't make it work here. Mike wins. Poconaldo takes a very good 2nd place. Tess 3rd. Cosby 4th. Master 5th. Bowling gets 6th. Binner takes 7th here. With Baba finishing 8th. And Adster sneaks back up into 9th after that earlier spin. And Pinion does score the last point scoring position. But there's so many cars that could have won the championship outside of the points. The question is just now, who actually won?
Absolute joy for Mercedes. Just look at them. Elated to have won this year's Constructors' Championship.
And you know what? It was a close-fought competition.
Get in there.
Found it a tough championship to call.
Well, Karun, how do you think they'll be feeling in the team garage at the end of that?
They'll be disappointed. Neither driver really shone here, it has to be said, and there's quite a bit of work to be done. But they'll
So
be well aware of
British.
that.
And that's it for this weekend here in Austria.
And that's it for this season of Formula One.
Why did you not announce who won the drivers? Chow here with an amazing race, up 18 places to take second place here, with Mike being the winner, and the drivers' champion is of course Edster. The main rival crashed out, being a little bit too aggressive, we believe. And with this, we have Edster as the winner. Mike here, unfortunately, if you score a few points earlier on in the season, you probably would have had a better time. Not gonna lie. 16 points behind the leader is not a bad result at all. Chance takes third here. Minecraft comes fourth. Chow in fifth, with Shao in Master sixth. Ferrari Lover. Unfortunately, this last race kind of unraveled your entire season. It is unfortunate. Same can be said for Singh. Motel had a very good start, but crashed out very early. Very, very disappointing, all things considered. Still a good attempt. Dean Van der Ven, rookie, 10th place. You're going to have to be happy with that. Max takes 11th. Bolin gets 12th. Hospi gets 13th in the weirdest car of the year. Santo ends at 14th. Binner gets 15th. Vasper gets 16th. Binning gets 17th. And unfortunately, the McLaren car did kind of let the McLaren boys down a little bit. There's no sugarcoating that one. And Floof has once again scored 0 points. It's not his first time. Constructors then. Mercedes wins ahead of Sauber, ahead of Racing Bulls, ahead of Red Bull. Alpine takes 5th, Haas 6th, Williams 7th, Aston 8th. And Cosby has basically single-handedly carried Ferrari to 9th. And McLaren did score some points in the end and place finish for them. So with that, we congratulate Mercedes. We congratulate our top 3 here, Edster, Mikey, Mike, and Taz. And we send our condolences to those who were unlucky in this final race and crashed out. It was not their fault, it's the AI being silly. And I hope everyone is still capable of laughing at the bad luck, at the good luck, and of course the AI just doing silly stuff that makes no human sense. First half season was hard, had to fire RTP. A fan tells me this was just pain. You got the car so right. I outperformed my teammate. It didn't matter because of ability. Unfortunately, that is, again, a double-edged sword. You are getting a buff in dry races, but you need to make it work in the not dry races, and it is random where we end up with rain and not rain, AFN. And unfortunately for you, this time it landed on the final race of the season, and the light rain landed on the final rain of the season. If it was full rain, you probably would have had a better time. Party when and where is what Mercedes is planning. Mike, I wouldn't mind rerunning this. You did make a decent team, AFN, that is true. And yeah, that ability plus top speed screwed us over. Mike and AFN are already planning next season and trying to figure out how they're going to make it a better one. Show DHL Championship is what I'm being told. So the fast pit stop here went to the Racing Bulls. Mercedes was second. Then we have Williams, Haas, Aston, Red Bull, Alpine, Sauber, Ferrari, and McLaren. That is how that tuned up. The pit crews were basically balanced by staff. I'm going to do a different system next season. This was a bit of a test season, so a lot of the things weren't very well balanced. And that is kind of the nature of it. But hopefully next season will be a lot better. We will have to see. Ferrari TP Lando says we're sandbagging the entire season. Well, clearly you didn't sandbag hard enough. Someone beat you at the sandbagging game. Excuse me. At least my team wins somewhere. Yes. So, I need to hand out some Discord roles to myself. No, I'm just joking. I need to find people who won and give them their roles. So if Edsa, if you could just please, I love that you've already changed your I know that you guys can't see this, but Edster has changed his Discord name to Edster, Season 5 Champion of the World. Immediately. He immediately took that one and ran with it. But yeah, thank you all very much for watching. Hope you had fun. I did. And hopefully we'll do this again within the coming couple of weeks. But I'm going to jump off here. I'm going to go on Discord, hand out some roles to the people who won the constructors, who won the drivers, and we're going to probably have to make a new TP winner role as well, but we'll deal with that later. Hope everyone has a good evening. Sorry for keeping you all up. It was very, very fun though, and we'll do this soon again, probably within, as I mentioned, the next couple of weeks. If you haven't already, please like, subscribe. That helps me out a ton. Follow me if you're watching on Twitch. I appreciate everyone who's done that, and I shall see you all next time. Have a very good weekend? No, the weekend is over. Have a very good evening and a very good night. Bye-bye, everyone.